make Mariquino
Eh?
be strong. You know why? Me, I like you on a serious note. You know why?
Tell me.
The love what I get for Madam Annie, I dey transparent to you because 1,001 men go gather Madam Annie for studio, but she's sharp. She never carry last. And then at the leg where you carry to, no grease, make a Sikuro win you.
No, you no fit,
No.
You no go fit, like
Eh?
Bless you.
Bless
you. Keep it up.
too.
Thank you and God bless you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, now no take this one. P2B cannot win ADC primaries. Oh, Engineer Taju Ade Ojeni na him drop down one.
Chai.
What could they see now? Primaries now when? It go be next month now.
I think so.
APC say they go do their own on the 18th of next month.
Okay.
So maybe after this convention now, they will come tell us when they go do their primaries.
I mean.
But even if you no get them for ADC, time no day to run go another party now.
No, if you make a smart move now.
Smart move to where?
Remember when him in the PDP, he still make smart move to Labour Party.
You know, say now they do electronic registration. You should say that electronic.
There must always be a wisher.
To go back to Labour, a bit to do
No,
it.
if you go back Labour now.
So you can't go where?
NDC.
Bayelsa party.
Why they call her? Anyways, Port Harcourt people, well done.
Well, thank you. Don't forget to always guide.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in the Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Aguera. First, the headlines. Federal High Court strikes out suits seeking release of NDDC forensic audit report. OSPAC leader missing after reported kidnapping in Rivers community. Students of Rivers Health College staged protest over alleged extortion and HOD's high-handedness. On the foreign scene, NATO allies reject U.S. President Donald Trump's Strait of Hormuz blockade plan. Details shortly. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has struck out a suit filed by Paul Ogbonna and another plaintiff representing a group known as Social Action against the Attorney General of the Federation over the release of the forensic audit report of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. The plaintiffs had in 2022 approached the court after the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs declined to provide the organization with the audit report, seeking an order compelling the ministry that then headed by Godswill Akpabio to release the document. Following the dissolution of the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs via President Bola Tinubu upon assuming office, the plaintiffs amended their suit to join the Attorney General of the Federation as the appropriate legal authority. Delivering judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Turaki Mohammed, struck out the case on the grounds that it was instituted against a non-existent government agency. While no counsel appeared for the Attorney General during proceedings, counsel to the plaintiffs, Victor Nweke, who told newsmen outside the courtroom that the case was initiated to promote transparency and accountability, expressed dissatisfaction with the ruling and indicated that the legal team is considering further action to ensure their clients' rights are upheld.
and remove the Minister of Niger Delta from the suit. And we retained the AG, the Attorney General of the Federation, knowing too well that he is the #1 law officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If there is any suit by law against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Attorney General as a defendant is necessary, because the office of the Attorney General of the Federation is #1 law officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then we retained him and amended our processes and thought that those documents our clients are asking for should be furnished to them through the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. But my Lord, in his wisdom, ruled that the removal of Minister of Niger Delta Affairs from the suit is fatal. And my Lord premised on that and struck out the suit.
On his part, one of the plaintiffs, Paul Ogbonna, who is the head of legal social action in Rivers State, described the suit as part of the group's anti-corruption efforts and criticized the court's decision, insisting that citizens have a right to know how funds allocated to the NDDC have been utilized through the forensic audit report.
Unfortunately, the court is of the opinion that we should have, that the Ministry of the Niger Delta was there been issued, but they were removed when that ministry was abrogated, was removed by the current administration. And I do not know how we would have sustained or retained an agency that is no longer alive in law. So, but however, the Attorney General of the Federation and the Ministry of Finance and the relevant government agencies were there. So, in as much as that is the thinking and mind of my lordship, as I said, we are bound by the ruling, but it's unacceptable to us. The suit was struck out. We shall take the necessary legal moves and continue our campaign. We must get to the end of it.
A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has adjourned to May 18, 2026 for the hearing of an originating summons and pending motions in a suit challenging the nomination of People's Democratic Party (PDP) candidates for the last local government elections in the state. The case was instituted by 3 aggrieved party members against Aaron Chukwuemeka, the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, the People's Democratic Party, and the Rivers State government. Today, FM's Uchendu Ejoa reports that the presiding judge, Justice Stephen Jumbo, fixed the date following the discovery of lapses in the service and response to court processes by counsel representing the parties. The claimants, Enyi Uchechukwu, Wisdom Kalio, and Uche Amadi, are contesting the legality of candidate nominations submitted for the August 30, 2025 council elections. The plaintiffs are asking the court to determine whether the state executive led by Chukwuemeka, whose emergence was reportedly nullified by an earlier court judgment, had the legal authority to submit a list of candidates to RISIAC, and whether the PDP validly presented candidates for the election through their leadership. Among other reliefs, the claimants are requesting a declaration that the party's ward, local government and state congresses held in July and August 2024 are null and void, and that any actions taken by officials produced from those congresses, including candidate nominations, are invalid. They're further seeking a perpetual injunction restraining the defendant from interfering in the party's internal processes regarding nomination and presentation of candidates for elective positions. The Rivers State Police Command has announced the recovery of arms and ammunition during a joint security operation targeting criminal elements across the state. The operation, conducted in line with directives from the Inspector General of Police, Olutunji Disu, involved close collaboration with multiple security agencies to strengthen safety and interagency coordination. According to the command's public relations officer, Agabe Kabolo Blessing, tactical teams working alongside the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Air Force, Department of State Services, and Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps carried out the coordinated raid on April 12, 2026. During the operation, security operatives recovered an AK-47 rifle, a pump-action gun, 274 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, cartridges, communication radios, and other items, and the camps were subsequently destroyed while one suspect was arrested and others fled the scene. The Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, reaffirmed the command's commitment to protecting lives and property, urging residents to provide credible and timely information to aid ongoing investigations and the arrest of fleeing suspects. The whereabouts of the leader of local vigilante group OSPAC in Ipo community in Ikori local government area of Rivers State has remained unknown days after he was reportedly abducted by suspected bandits terrorizing the area. Today, FM's correspondent gathered that the incident occurred during a joint operation involving the police, other security agencies, and local vigilante operatives, which had reportedly raided a forest in the Ipo axis following a tip-off. A source who spoke on condition of anonymity said the suspected bandits, dressed in northern Jalabia attire, opened fire on the operatives when they stormed the hideout where they were observing prayers at the time of the raid in the forest. In the meantime, a leader of the Community Development Committee, CDC, Kinsley Wali, confirmed the incident and called for the immediate release of the abducted OSPAC leader, whom he identified as an indigene of the community. Also speaking, the River State Commissioner of Police Olugbenga Adepoju confirmed the development in the chat with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, assuring residents that the police are on top of the situation and vowed that those responsible will be brought to justice. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. The national president of the Association of Nigerian University Professional Administrators, ANUPA, Victor Nkuma, says a 4-day training workshop for senior and junior administrators across the South-South zone will strengthen the capacity of university administrators in the region. Nkuma stated this during the workshop organized by the South-South zone of ANUPA at the University of Port Harcourt, where he explained that the training is designed to expose participants to modern administrative practices and equip them with the skills needed to effectively manage emerging challenges within the university system.
The whole essence is to bring professional administrators in the university up to speed, because registry administrators are the engine room of universities. So they need to be updated, to be upskilled at any given point in time to move with the changing administrative environment. And just to encourage administrators who have not come to make sure they attend the subsequent zonal trainings.
Similarly, the National Public Relations Officer of ANUPA, Onyinye Raf Nwachukwu, said the association is focused on equipping university administrators with knowledge of emerging technologies in administration, adding that continuous training is essential to ensure administrators remain relevant in a rapidly evolving academic environment.
Our business is to ensure that we keep training ourselves, people that work in the university, to be able to be in tune with the times, to also learn new technologies, unlearn new things, and learn new things. So for this year, instead of gathering all of us in Abuja, we decided to have this training in 6 geopolitical zones. So for us here, we are in South-South. So all the universities in South-South zone of the country are gathered in Uniport for this training. So we are here simply to learn new things, unlearn the ones that have become obsolete, and relearn.
Meanwhile, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Onari Georgewill, commended ANUPA for organizing the workshop, noting that it would enhance the capacity of both senior and junior administrators in universities. Professor Georgewill also expressed confidence that the training would have a positive impact on the overall performance and effectiveness of university administration.
And if you look at the topics they have chosen, and you look at the resource persons they have brought, you will agree with me that at the end of these, how many days, 3-4 days of training, they will all go back to their various universities with enlarged knowledge, new knowledge, how to run their universities. You see, the vice chancellors and the administrators work hand in hand to place the university on the way they want it to be. And so I think this is the right direction. And I want to commend ANUPA for doing this wonderful workshop for their members.
Students of Department of Medical Imaging and Technology at the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology have accused their head of department of alleged extortion and high-handedness. Some of the students who staged a protest to the office of a Port Harcourt-based human rights advocate, O.C. Haya King, alleged that despite repeated complaints to the institution's management, no meaningful action has been taken to address their grievances. The aggrieved students, including a recent graduate of the department, told newsmen that fees previously paid at about 20,000 naira have reportedly been increased to 40,000 naira since the assumption of the current HOD. Describing the development as burdensome, the students appealed to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, education authorities, and other relevant agencies to intervene and protect students from alleged exploitation within the institution.
For us to go for an internship, which is not supposed to be so. And then most of us have paid, and yet they've not posted us. They said the money we are paying is for them to lobby for us to be paid during our internship for that 1 year. And up till now, no posting yet. They've not said anything, and we've been in the house for the past 6 months.
Then he immediately brought out things we are supposed to pay. Okay, we all thought that maybe it was just something, maybe if something that we are paying like 18k, we'll pay like 20k, just 2k extra, or maybe 10k or 5k extra. But when he brought out the list, here with me was the list. He said first semester, practical fee or bench fee, training or excursion fee, 40,000. Yes, I feel they are working together with my department.
Speaking to newsmen, OC Haya King, who threatened to initiate actions that would trigger a full investigation into the alleged misconduct, including claims that the HOD used forged documents to secure the appointment, stressed the need for urgent intervention by the governor and the commissioner of police to uncover both academic credentials and financial dealings of the accused official.
And these children are, some of them are even his children, some of them are our children, some of them are Rivers children, outside Rivers people children, and he's humiliating them, antagonizing them. It's a very pathetic situation. He's not even qualified. From the documents I saw, they wrote to the school where he said he graduated, and the school replied and said, we don't know this man. And he's still there, flexing muscles, making sure the students are put down, make sure that, in fact, the most humiliating aspect is that he said that they must pay these fees. And I said, I demanded for the account numbers where they are paying these fees, a private account number.
Meanwhile, a senior management staff member of the institution, a dean of faculty, who spoke on condition of anonymity, confirmed receipt of the students' complaints following the protest on campus and stated that an internal investigation has already commenced. The Director of Ideas, Creativity and Innovation at Ignatius Adjei University of Education, Samuel Amaili, has stressed that all sectors of a nation's economy depend heavily on functional and quality education. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Magnus Nwawa, Amaili noted that getting education right at the foundational level remains the only pathway to meeting global standards. He cautioned stakeholders against placing excessive emphasis on the acquisition of certificates without corresponding skills, knowledge, and character, warning that such an approach amounts to a waste of time and resources. The Professor of Philosophy of Education also commended the River State Governor Simeon Life for appointing Peters Nwago as Commissioner for Education, describing him as a seasoned academic capable of transforming the sector. Amaili urged the new commissioner to remain committed in his mandate, noting the complexity of the education ministry and the need for sustained efforts to deliver meaningful reforms across all levels of learning.
Vibrant and God-fearing governor, His Excellency Simlai, who really deemed it was necessary to choose one of the best sons of Osusu and the sons of River State. Also for the son we have Honorable Peter Nwago, who kept the lifestyle of the family from the ongoing till the present. The pace he set, because of lifestyle, and today he's being celebrated. My plea to him is that he should be focused. Focus on the target of the cause. If you get education right, you have gotten the whole society. But if you get it wrong, everything is. You should focus on the type of education that will bring the three main domains of human development.
On the foreign scene, allies in NATO have declined the support a proposed blockade of the Strait of Hormuz announced by U.S. President Donald Trump, opting instead to consider intervention only after hostilities end. The decision followed stalled negotiations aimed at resolving the 6-week conflict with Iran, during which Tehran has restricted access to the vital shipping route, a key artery for global oil supplies. Trump has said the U.S. military would coordinate with partners to block maritime traffic to and from Iranian ports, framing the move as leverage in the ongoing conflict. However, key allies including the United Kingdom and France rejected participation, warning against being drawn into conflict. However, key allies including the United Kingdom and France rejected participation, warning against being drawn into the conflict. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said London would not support the blockade despite considerable pressure, emphasizing a commitment to avoiding direct involvement in the war. In the meantime, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has reportedly urged member states to consider future roles in securing the strait. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. A federal high court in Port Harcourt has struck out a suit seeking release of NDDC forensic audit report. An OSPAC leader in Ipo, Ikore local government area, is said to have been missing after he was reportedly kidnapped by bandits terrorizing the community. We told you that some students of Rivers Health College have staged a protest over alleged extortion and their HOD's high-handedness. On the foreign scene, you also heard that NATO allies have rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's Strait of Hormuz blockade plan. That was the news that's edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Catch all the latest and trending sports stories on Sports Attack on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station. 6:30 a.m. every weekday.
talk about our local government matter because what is in my mind is about the retirement of those of us who are formerly local government staff are retired from the local government service. I don't know what is wrong. They should pay us our money now. Let the local government service commission direct the local government pension board to start paying our gratuity and our pension arrears and even the minimum wage. I've been talking. Is it that St. Fobra is no longer governor of the whole River State? Or we who retired from the local government service, are we not part of River State? They approved this, what do they call it? They call it minimum wage.
Yeah.
They refuse to pay us, so nothing is added to our monthly pension.
Oh.
They don't add anything
Okay.
for us. But we heard that those who retired from the state workers, they have added 32,000 to their monthly pension. But those of us who retired from the local government, nothing is given to us. Even our
Still the
gratuity
same.
is not paid. Our pension arrears not paid. Now the minimum wage, the local government, the current local government staff are also joining it. But those of us who retired from the local government service, no dime is added to our money.
Okay.
Our pension is just static. I retired as a laborer. And if they add a little thing, now that minimum wage is approved, they add it, it will help me. But nothing. So I don't know whether it is a crime for one to work and retire from the local government. Is it a crime? Or is it that from St. Fobra, is it not the governor of local government in the state, here in River State? Are we not part of River State? He should put his eye in the local government service commission there. I will not be in appoint the local government service commission chairman. So direct him so that they will find way and then affect our payments. It is very, very bad. For me, I'm not happy at all. I'm very, very sad every time
All right.
I remember.
Thank you for
issue.
sharing what's
So
on
you
your
should
mind.
look
Okay.
into it and help us.
Okay.
So that those of us who have retired from the local government can benefit.
All right.
We can't just remain like that, please.
Okay.
I thank you for your platform to FM.
All right.
Let God be with you people.
Amen.
And then continue your good service.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was really expressive, sharing what's on his mind and what's important to him. All right, call in and tell us what's on your mind, please. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Rona, good evening.
Welcome, good evening to you.
Yeah, Chima, calling from Echiu.
All right, what's on your mind, please?
Yeah, Chima, what is on my mind? You know, next week, Monday, school will resume. So I'm appealing to my brother, who is Commissioner of Education, Dr. Peter Wago. At least.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well, go on.
Yeah, at least let teachers have educational materials and incentive for the head teachers, like in press, that head teachers enjoy during the weekends administration. During senior administration, I don't know what is happening. Education is gradually dying. I don't know. Action should be taken place now that we have a Commissioner of Education. Thank you very much, Rona.
All right, though. Thank you. That's what's on your mind. All right. Thank you. 08109510951. What's on your mind? Please call in and
Good evening, Rona. What is on my mind is River State. From the atmosphere, from the look of things, it seems we have no governor in the state. State is just too quiet, too calm, nothing is happening. Even the start, holding cane, standing on the road, collecting money from bus drivers, like a mini bus driver, keke bus drivers, taxi drivers, they are still operating. Is it that we do not have a commissioner of transport? Is it that the governor is not seeing all these things? Where is all this money going to? All the heap of dustbin in between the road, especially Warfare Road, other George Road, another road. Why is this so? If this man, the condition they gave him is too much for him now, that will make him remain incapacitated, he should just resign now. Frank from Burukiri.
All right. That's the issue on your mind, right? Keep your calls coming in. Keep your messages coming in as well, and WhatsApp messages. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay, your call dropped. Please try to redial. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Marcus Ben Israel.
Okay, go on.
What's on my mind is that, there's there's one man that they kept in Sokoto prison, MNK by name.
Okay.
There's something about, you see, that man is an anointed and also a prophet. You remember what the Father said in the Torah? He said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no evil. But they have done that man all the evil they can do. Imagine, they are saying that they are giving him life imprisonment based on the principle of mercy. But they did not exhaust the principle of justice because the scale of the country is not balanced. Their scale is not balanced. So what I want to say is that as they are holding that man, if they did not release that man, and when the anger of the Most High will fall upon this nation, I swear, maybe mark it on the wall.
Stop swearing, please.
We make this country go down. So let them release that man.
Okay.
Let them release him. That's my own.
All right. You can actually express yourself without using swear words, all right? And say anger coming upon all of us. You and I were part of the nation.
Rona, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome. Go on, please. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Rona.
Yeah.
My name is Chigozie Muhammadi from Ekperi Omuma.
All right, go on, please.
But friends call me expert.
All right.
Rona, the River State has become a doping grant for Aborus. You see, the governor, at least the OT, pursue Aboro from Abia State. All of them find their way at Port Harcourt, disturbing motorists. I'm using this opportunity to appeal to His Excellency to do something fast to save motorists from the hands of Aboros. That's
all right.
my stand this night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's the last call. What's on your mind, please? Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Please.
Go on, please.
What is on my mind is our governor. No matter all the complaints we are having, we are not hearing him coming out to address any issue. The only time we only hear of him or heard his voice is when he has burial, Thanksgiving, things like that. Is it that we voted him to be going for burial and Thanksgiving? He will never hear. All this one, everybody is killing people. They are doing. He will not come out to condemn or even say, okay, from today, this is how it will be. Like a governor. I remember my former governor. I'm an action person. I mean, but this does mean everything. No one we are hearing. But when it comes for burial, yeah, he talk. If you give him the time, he can talk the whole day. But when it comes to all these things that are troubling us every now and then, you will not hear his voice. You look as if we don't even have governor. The only time we know that we have
All right.
governor is when there is burial or Thanksgiving. Why is
Okay.
it like that?
All right. We've asked your question, Abby, and that's what's on your mind, va?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. This is where we'll have to wrap up the What's on Your Mind show. All right. Area Talk comes up right after in a very few minutes. Please stay with us. My name is Rona Agbara. Good evening.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Yeah, I'm back at you. I'm back at you.
kidnapping and molesting a female job seeker. All right, the River State Police Command has arrested a 24-year-old man. A 24-year-old man. That's a young boy, a young guy. Yeah, if I should say the word like that. He was arrested by the River State Police Command for allegedly kidnapping and rape of a lady. According to the police, the suspect identified as Otamiri. What's going on with this thing though? Okay. The suspect arrested, identified as Otamiri Prince, met the lady online. So let's try to follow the story from the beginning, right? He met the lady online and they both agreed to meet at a location. So you meet someone online, you both have conversations and talk, and then agree to meet at a point or meet at a location. An agreement. Now, reaching the location, the suspect and his accomplices lured the girl to Iguruta. This happened in Iguruta. The girl got there, and when she got to the location, the person that she met online and they agreed to meet at a location lured her alongside with his accomplices and was subsequently moved to a bush in a neighboring community. So they moved her to the neighboring community to a bush where she was assaulted and they had carnal knowledge of her. It's bad enough that she was lured. Even worse that she was lured by the suspect and his accomplices. And then, lured to the bush, the neighboring community, and she was assaulted. And not just that, they had carnal knowledge of her. She was raped. Now, the command said the suspect arrest followed a report received April 11. This is like some days ago. Today's 14. That's like 3-4 days. Yeah, 3 days ago at most. This year, 2026, regarding the incident, which was operatives swung into action. So they received the report. The police command received the report and then they swung into action and then they arrested the suspect. Now, spokesperson of River State Police Command, Blessing Nagabe, disclosed this in the statement issued in Port Harcourt on Sunday and sent to journalists, while noting that the police had spread their dragnets to ensure the arrest of other fleeing members. Not just one person. Not just one person assaulted this lady or the girl. They were a group of people. The suspects, the primary suspect and his accomplices did the evil act to this person. Now, noting that the police have spread their net to ensure the arrest of other fleeing members, Agabe said the arrested suspect will be charged to court. The party reads, the River State Police Command has arrested one Otamiri Prince, male, age 24. A 24-year-old concealing such a thing in his heart, going ahead to execute it with his other gang of friends or group of friends. It's just something that itches the ear. Something that your ear will hear and like, why did I hear something like this? How can something like this? Why did something like this happen? It just itches your ear. Should a 24-year-old not be out there? You probably should be in school. Or let's say you got out of school early. You should be doing something meaningful with your life. Or let's say you didn't even go to school. You should be learning a skill or a trade or a business. You should be doing something with the time that you have rather than using that time in your hands to commit. Because tell me what the gain is from an act like this. Now he has been arrested. He'll be charged to court. All of the other people who joined in this evil act will be dragged in, arrested, and charged to court. And ultimately, they will face the consequence of their action. Their freedom taken from them. Whatever it is they think they've gotten away with, they will answer for it. Now, the connection with a case of an alleged kidnapping and rape. Not only did you lure someone, you lured the person, molested and assaulted the person, and, had carnal knowledge of the person, you and your friends inclusive. Now, following a report made on April 11, 2026 by one Miss Thomas Alice, female, age 24 of Eliozu, Port Harcourt, the victim alleged that she was kidnapped on 3rd January. This person has been kidnapped since but they just arrested the suspect in this month of April. This person was kidnapped in January, the first week of this new year. 3rd of January 2026, that's when that incident happened. The kidnap happened. But then they were finally caught, or some of them have been caught, the main suspect and then his other accomplice. They're still, the police is still on efforts to catch all of them, to arrest all of them. They're still dragging their nets to get all of the other accomplices. But the main suspect has been arrested. Yes, by an individual who she met online. Now, there's this fear of you meet somebody online, whether you are doing business with them, personal meets with them, on a date with them, relationship with them, whatever it is that you do with anybody you meet online. Because even people that you meet offline or people that you meet in person, people that you meet, physically on the road, you saw them and then they talk to you and you guys agree to meet or do business together or do whatever together, you still have to be very careful, let alone someone that you meet online. I mean, it's so easy for people to say what they're not online. It's so easy for people to live a fake life, live a life that is totally different from the life they live offline. They can put it out there online for you to believe. Not everything you see online is true, and not everything you see online should be believable. So the fact that you meet someone online, whether you want to do business with them, or you want to do relationship with them, or you want to go on a date with them, or you want to be friends with them, or you want to do a transaction with them, or you want to do partnership with them, whatever it is that you want to do with them, no one says you should not network and socialize and communicate or whatever, but you should be very careful. Because, there are people who meet people online and it turns out to be the best decision they ever made, but there are still people who fall victim and become victims of such circumstance. So let's just be careful at least. Apply a little caution. Now, according to her statements, the person who made the report, right? The person who made the report, according to her statement, she was lured to the Guruta after where she was subsequently taken by accomplices to a bush in Ulakwo, Iche local government area, where she was assaulted. And not just only assault, she was also raped and her valuables were taken before she was later released. So she was kidnapped, lured, assaulted, molested. They had kind of knowledge of her. And they also robbed her. They did what they did and they also took her valuables from her before she was released. So whatever she came there with, whether you have any gold jewelry, your phone, money, cash, whatever it is that she had on that was valuable, they took all of them. Now, on receipt of the report, operatives of the command promptly commenced the investigation, leveraging technology-driven strategies of the Inspector General of Police Olatunji Rewan Disu, which aided the investigation and eventually arrest of the suspect, Tamiri Prince. So eventually, the police, they got, information based on the report that was made. So upon the receipt of that report, they commenced investigation into the matter. Technology-driven strategies and all of the intelligence that they gathered. And so ultimately, it helped them in their investigation and eventually helped in the arrest of the suspect, Otamiri Prince, a 24-year-old boy, man, whatever. Now, the suspect confessed to the crime. So this is not just that it was just a suspected thing. He confessed. It's not like it's a speculation now. He confessed to the crime and they recovered exhibits from him. So, earlier the news report said that every other valuable that she had was taken from her. So they recovered exhibits from him and they saw an iPhone, a wig. That one is that part just cracks me up a bit. They collected the wig that she wore. So we don't know what type of wig it was. Whether it was a bun straight hair, deep wave, whatever, but it was a valuable hair for them to have taken the wig. Probably they want to go and sell it. Stolen hair. Sell it. Somebody that does not know, go and buy it. Go and buy the hair that they stole from someone to sell to you. Just be careful about the things that we buy sometimes, because some things that are sold, even if not in a hurry, could be stolen items. and you don't know how they were gotten. So be sure and verify whatever it is you want to buy second hand or as thrift. So anything you're buying as thrift, be sure that it's legit though, and it's not a stolen thing sold to you at a cheap price. They recovered an iPhone. The police recovered an iPhone, a wig suspected to belong to the victim, and other valuables that were not mentioned. Efforts are ongoing to apprehend other fleeing members of the gang, because not all of them have been apprehended yet. But the person who initiated it, has been arrested, and he confessed to the crime. Some other people who joined in the thing that they did, they fled. But efforts are going on to catch or apprehend the fleeing members of the gang as investigation continues, after which the suspects will be charged. So as soon as they get every other person, they get them, the other members of the friend group, they will charge them to court, the spokesperson added. Meanwhile, the Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, has advised ladies and job seekers using online platforms to exercise extreme caution when interacting with individuals met online. Now, this is something of caution. I think this is what we're really going to dwell on Area Talk this evening. A lot of persons are going, they come online. Now, it's not a bad thing to try to look for job opportunities online, remote jobs online, business opportunity online. There are legit business opportunities online. There are legit jobs online. There are legit employers who put out vacancies online for job seekers and people who want to get employed to apply. Now, while there are very legit sites to apply for jobs and get jobs, real legit jobs, there are also fake and scam sites, and there are also sites that are handled by somebody, not a company, and you think it's a legit site. They'll respond to you, your emails, they'll send you emails, respond, some of them will message you on WhatsApp, and you think that, you're getting there. This is a job offer, I just applied, and they are reaching out to me. The fact that they're communicating with me, that means it's legit. It's not all the time that's like that though. It's not all the time that because you send an email, you apply for a job, and then they reach out to you. It doesn't always guarantee that they are a legit company or a legit people. It could just be somebody handling it, a scam person or a dubious person. If they don't scam you of your money, then they meet you physically, they may harm you. Just as this girl seeking for a job, she met someone online, and probably they agreed that, maybe, I don't know the conversation they had because it wasn't put out there, but maybe, I'm just, assuming that maybe they had a conversation of, okay, let's meet at this location, then we'll talk more about the job in person, or tell you about the offer, or take you to the place, or come for the interview, or where you go for the interview, or any other thing that they could have agreed on. But they agreed, so it was a mutual thing that would meet at a certain location. But unknown to the girl that the location you are going to is not the job thing that is taking you there. This online person that is communicating with you and you have had an agreement with is not really the legit person that, is going to get you the job, or, handling the job, maybe the HR or something. She gets there and realizes that they're even a group of people. So let's be very careful. I know that saying let's be very careful sounds like, can we be too careful? We know that, you can't be too careful, but you can be careful. So as much as you are looking for a better life, trying to get a better job, trying to apply for things online, trying to get, soft work, or, in person, remote job or whatever, just be very careful. Ladies too, yes, it's not like men don't fall victim of this. Some men have been duped, have been scammed of their hard-earned money because they're trying to apply for a job opportunity or whatever opportunity online, and they got scammed. But ladies, let's be very careful about people that you meet online. Whether they promise you a job offer or it's a job site, be careful, because when you're going to a place that you've never been to before, or you're going to see somebody that you've never met before, under any circumstance, whatever the circumstance may be, just trustable to go with somebody. Because if she had gone with somebody, maybe they wouldn't have succeeded in doing everything they did to her. Maybe the other person would have alerted other people, or somehow they would have gotten out of the harm and danger, and they would have gotten to safety. Because sometimes going to see someone that you've never met alone, those things that would say that someone went to see somebody for the first time and then they carried their friend. So most times for safety reasons, not just because they want the girl is a hungry person, so she carried her friend so they will come and pack food or something because we are meeting at the restaurant. Sometimes it's for safety, and meeting in the public place is best. That's the most advisable thing to do. You want to meet someone for the first time, whatever the case may be, relationship, job, date, whatever, it's best to meet in the public place. Because if they had met in a restaurant or a park, an open space, chances of them molesting, assaulting her, raping her, and taking all of her valuables would not have happened. Yeah, they wouldn't have had the mind and the privacy to do the things that they did to her. If they had met in a public space, how would they have robbed her of her valuables, assaulted her, and did everything and had kind of knowledge of her? Of course not. They can't do that in a public space. So it's advisable. Do not meet people you meet online. When you want to meet them, if you have to meet them in a public space, not an enclosed or a private place. Because, as I know, is I beg. Going forward on this, now, meanwhile, the River State said, I already talked about the advice that ladies and job seekers should be careful when they use online platforms and they exercise extreme caution when interacting with individuals online. Adepoju urged members and job seekers, to avoid meeting strangers in isolated or unfamiliar locations. I just said this. Yeah. Do not meet strangers in isolated location. Just in case the strangers are evil people, or they have ulterior motives, or they have evil plans for you. If you meet them in an isolated location, you have given them the upper hand over you. But if you meet them in a public, open space, before they will do one, you will shout. Before they do bam, another person has seen what's going on, and help will come to you. You will not be in harm's way. Unfamiliar locations, they are describing, come to so place. When you get to the junction, you enter the streets. When you get to the street, you go to the back. All those corners and spots that are not familiar, anything can happen. And also, Adepoju also advised that inform trusted family members or friends of their movement. I'm coming. Where are you going to? I'm coming. Where are you going to now? Don't worry, I'll see you later. I dey come. I dey come is not a location. Okay? I dey come is not an address. I want to go and see somebody. I'm coming. That's not a description. You have to give a trusted person or family member your location. Some persons even go as far as sharing their life location with their trusted friends and family members. Yeah. There are times where you're even on Uber or Bolt, and maybe the driver wants to follow an unfamiliar route that you don't know. You send your live location to somebody, and that live location has the number, the number plate of the car, the color of the car, the brand of the car, the driver's details, name, phone number, all NIN or whatever essential details that needs to be known. You send your live location to somebody and say, see where I am, or I just took a ride to so place. And the person is aware. So in case anything happens, there's someone that can give valid information for your own safety. All the secretive lifestyle will not even help anybody, especially now that we are dealing with a lot of insecurity going on in the country. Trusted family members and friends of their movement verify identities before physical meetings. You can't be too sure, but try and be sure too. Who are you going to meet? What does the person do? Where's the person from? Where does the person stay? Where's the person sending you to go? Why are you people meeting? How is the meeting? What time is it? All of these, identities need to be verified before you do a physical meet with somebody. And also, Adepoju
True
also
strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a truth? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Commercial going forward on the matter that we've been talking about the job seeker who got into harm because she met someone online and she went to meet the person, not because she met the person online. That's not the only reason why she got into harm. Turns out that the person was just a very bad person and he had other plans for her, because I mean, there's still legit people that you meet and you could get a job offer or a job opportunity or a business, but being careful is what we're hammering on, and that's what Adepoju is also talking about, the members of the public to contact. He also said something about verifying identities before physical meetings, choose safe and public locations, and remain vigilant at all times. Sometimes they tell you that if you're going out, ensure that you carry a little, for caution. But then the command called on members of the public to promptly contact the police through designated emergency lines in case of any suspicion or emergency requiring prompt intervention. I mean, maybe if she was able to... Okay, of course, they collected her phone because it was part of the exhibit that was recovered. Her iPhone was taken from her, so there was no way she could have placed the call through to her family members or her friends or security agencies or the police or anybody. So it's just unfortunate that she got assaulted. They had kind of knowledge of her and then they robbed her. But thankfully, the suspect has been caught, arrested. And then he confessed to the actions, the crime, that he really did what, they said he did. And it's true. And then other members who joined in ongoing investigation and they, they fled, but then they'll be apprehended and charged to court. I want to know what your opinion is on the matter. Someone's going to look for a job again now, enter wahala. Now, all of these precautionary measures that one should take are very important and essential. But sometimes this whole frustration of, I just want a job, I beg. I just want, this opportunity I just applied for, I beg. Let me just try and get it. Let it just work. Or this program I just applied for, it looks like it's a legit one. Let me just put in the effort and make sure that it works. The person, they're responding well. So I have to show up, and I have to show up, on time. And so sometimes some persons don't really care about sending their location to anyone, calling ahead to telling the people they care about or that are important to them, that they value where they're going. And some people don't, they don't think about the worst case scenarios. They don't think about what could happen if things goes south. They just have this strong belief that this is why I'm going to see this person. This is why I'm going out. And this reason was, it will happen. And it will happen the way I imagine it. But sometimes it doesn't always happen the way you think. So you have to be prepared. Left or right, anyway, but you just have to be prepared. Okay? And in preparation will mean your safety and security. Want to know what you think about this matter of a job seeker who was assaulted and raped and then robbed by someone she met online for a job opportunity. And some persons may have been victims of this. It may not have been a physical assault. Some persons have been scammed of their money. Some persons have been deceived. Apply for something and they tell you to pay a certain amount to get the offer. Some persons have probably gone halfway to try to meet somebody for an opportunity or a business, and then maybe something or a hunch just tells them this thing does not seem like it's the right thing. This thing doesn't feel right, and then they just stop halfway and turn back. Yeah. Some persons have almost gotten to that point, and then something just happened and saved them from getting into harm's way. So whatever the case may be, I want to know what your opinion is. What do you think? What are your thoughts on this matter? I mean, this is a 24-year-old, very young, and imagine the things that he's already doing. The focus is not even on the guy and his group of friends now. It's the fact that in your search for more, in your search for better, in your search for upgrade, business, job, opportunities, scholarships, business, partnerships, whatever it is that you seek for online and you see something that looks like a platform for it, try to verify before you make physical moves and you take actions on it. Call in to tell me what you think about this matter and let's hear your thoughts. 08109510951, 08109510951 for calls. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, or voice notes, please do that to 0701 933 962.
Yeah. But then I can I can talk what is on my mind, right?
No, we're done with what's on your mind. This area talk.
Okay,
You can go on
area
Facebook
talk.
to check the post and then you drop a comment there. Today 95.1 FM.
All right. I think what I want to say now, I think also formulate that area talk.
Is what?
My own area talk. Are you there?
I think you have to say that around 8:08. That's when there's eyewitness report, so you can talk about the things happening in your area.
So what is actual? Okay, all right.
It's area talk, and we're talking about an incident that happened in Rivers State of a girl who went job seeking and with a person she met online, and then she was molested, harassed, and robbed.
A girl, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If it is a man, he wouldn't have been molested, and if he does, nobody will take his matter serious. Nobody will take his matter serious.
The attention is placed because it's a girl.
Pardon?
Attention is placed on the matter because it's a girl.
Of course.
What do you mean? She met somebody online and she went seeking for a job and met with the person on, they agreed to meet at a particular place. It could have been a man, a guy, or anybody.
Hello.
And harm coming to anybody, attention should be placed on it, whether you're a male or a female.
Hello. Are you there?
I'm here.
Are you there? See, during my lecture, I was receiving a lecture, okay, on rape in law. And we were told that today the law appears to be favoring the ladies. Let me tell you, there was an incident that came up in the University of Port Harcourt where a lecturer was being accused to have raped the girl. The parties involved met me and confided in me that what happened, that they orchestrated, that the man was innocent.
This one, the guy confessed to the crime. He was arrested and he confessed to doing the things he did to the girl. And it was not just him and his group of friends.
Okay. The guy actually confessed, right?
Yes, he confessed to the things that he did. Okay. They took carnal knowledge of her, robbed her of her valuables, and then they harassed her.
Okay, if that is the case, if he admitted that he actually harassed, if that is the case, but then the ladies also set this harassment in motion. We are in society.
Don't say that. Somebody went to look for a job, met somebody as a job opportunity online. What do you mean that the lady moved the harassment? Should harassment come to anybody?
You are a lady. The guy has admitted. It's not accused. It's the guy's case. He has admitted to have harassed the lady.
So why do you say ladies have a move in harassment?
We are in the society. That is just my point.
We're not talking about women who lure people now. We're talking about a girl who was a victim of, seeking job online. All right, thank you so much for sharing your opinion, though. All right?
Thank you. You're welcome.
Please, when you make certain statements, you should not make statements like you're being biased or you're trying to take sides. I mean, if harm happens to anybody, whether you're a male or a female, it should be taken seriously. It doesn't have anything to do with being a woman only. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion.
All right, go on, please.
I will only give security tips on how we should be careful with certain invitation, contact. You met someone online and it's a job. The first thing you should look out to is the location, which is the venue. Is it office complex? If it is not, it's a private home. Secure, are you sure of that environment? But I will advise, let it be the office complex. And once they give you the office address, please go to your Google map and search for that address. Number 2, before you leave for such a journey, get in touch. Let 2-3 persons from your mutual list get in contact of where you are going to by you informing them. And when you get to that environment, please check how does the environment look. And take a time to look. How are they also looking at you? There is a way people may be looking at you an environment. it signifies that that area is dangerous. There is a way they may be looking at you, you will know it's not safe. So these are security tips we need to check out of.
All right, thank you.
Some people have gone like this and they got a good job.
That's why I said, as much as some people meet legit people, but you still have to be careful.
So that is why I bring these security tips for us to be conscious of the present days and age we found ourselves. Mrs. Zion.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you. All right, a few more minutes before we wrap up area talk. Let's know your thoughts or your contribution to the topic. 0810-951-095. Your contributions and lending your voice also to the matter. Eyewitness reports is in a few minutes. That's where you call in to talk about the things happening in your area. All right, let's try to know the difference. Area talk, what's going on in River State? What's on your mind is what's on your mind. Eyewitness report is something that's going on in your community, your local government area, your street, your area, around you, on the road, marketplace, wherever it is, as long as something that you saw, that you heard, you witnessed, you experienced, it is something your eyes witnessed. So it's eyewitness report, where you call in to tell us the things going on out there that we may have seen or may have not seen, that is happening. All right, in a few minutes, we'll kick off with that one. Please stay with us.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
and head teachers will be busy collecting money, promising people to give them employment. They should look at Rivers people, Rivers youth, and give them massive employment. I mean the state government, instead of the head teachers collecting bribes to offer people employment.
Right.
They should help Rivers people and our youth.
Okay. All right, thank you. 08109510951. What is your eyewitness report this evening? Call in and let us in on what's going on around you. Hello, good evening.
Rhoda, good evening.
Yes, please, welcome.
This is Chief Solomon calling
All right,
from
go on.
Obogoro.
What's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness report. This solar water that NDDC they try to give us. They have given us, but the thing is not circulated. It's only one particular place. So I would like let NDDC circulate it, and the maintenance of the solar water. So we cannot. Most of them, the taps will be running, overflowing. Nobody, no caring. So if NDDC establish something, they should also have a alternative on maintenance. So I would like them to, even the solar water, most of the solar water was installed with somebody's face. They will use the person that will be pumping the water is a particular face. So that method, they should cancel it and use manual in a situation that it can use a manual, and it can also use electric. So that particular face they are using to pump the water is not good for the community, because supposing if that person is not around, so that face, that means the water will be pending, it will not pump. So they should anything. I'm encouraging and suggesting for NDDC, anything they are doing for the public, they should make it manual. And let it go round. And they should also have alternative for the maintenance. So that is what I mean. The one we are using at Obogoro here now, Obogoro Secondary School here, the maintenance is disturbing us. Most of those pipes are leaking inside ground, and with that reason now, the thing cannot pump effectively like as usual. It will be fetching the water. It will be running tiny, running small drop, because there are a lot of leakage on the lines inside ground. No maintenance, nobody cares. Community don't have money to begin to maintain those things, So it's good. What they did was good, but they should have alternative to maintain it. If you don't maintain it, that means what he did has become, it will look as if you have tried, but you have to put more effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Very well. Go on, please.
Yes. This is Marvin from Port Harcourt.
Okay. What's going on, Marvin?
My sister, my eyewitness is about Port Harcourt. This Port Harcourt is very dirty this time around. I don't know why they don't allow the city to be so dirty like that. Is that the way they allow their compound to look like? Those who are in authority, I want to ask them. The way they allow the street of Port Harcourt everywhere to be littered with dust and garbages, is that the way they allow their compound to be so dirty? This one now will tell you that this is a deliberate, attempt to just suffer the people. They are not asking you to go and labor for money that you will use to clean River State. The money is already intact. Why not use it judicially so that people will be happy with you? What the government are doing in this River State is very bad and annoying. They allow those garbages to accumulate, and they know that the stings from it can also cause disease. I don't understand. And they said they are educated people. You see them flying about road as if they are going somewhere, doing nothing, busy doing nothing. That is why I keep on complaining about the structure, the foundation of Nigeria. Because whereby if there was regularity, I'm telling you, all this nonsense wouldn't have been happening. But that way we allow, because of the system, nobody checkmate anybody, everything just like that. That's why I advocated for total dissolve of Nigeria so that we can have a good functional system. This is rubbish. The money is already intact. Why not use that money to clear? Look, this dustbin is very easy to clear because why you look as if it's so difficult to clear is when you allow it to accumulate. Can you hear me?
Very well, yeah.
Yes, when you allow it to accumulate, it will look as if it's difficult. But when you don't allow it to accumulate and immediately they drop it, you remove it. You pay people. What will it take to pay people that will be doing that job regularly? Take it as responsibility. You don't want to pay retirees. And you don't want to also take care of the dustbin that, not that the money is not there. This thing is so annoying. Have you walked around River State and CIG? My sister is so bad.
All right.
So bad.
I mean, this debts everywhere. You're right. You have a point there.
Okay.
True. All right. 0810951091. Let's quickly take some messages here, and then we'll come back to calls. All right. Good evening, Rona. Concerning the incident which you just narrated, please, I want to remain anonymous for security purpose. I'm not happy with the way police behave. How could it be that after any of kidnapper is arrested and confirmed, he actually committed the crime and he is a kidnapper? Within a short time, he's released and back to his usual business. Here in HA, the rate in which small boys are into kidnapping, Yahoo, and other social vices is so high. So I cannot clap for police for the arrest of that one because he's coming soon to continue his work. We pray he doesn't come soon to continue his work. I mean, when he starts to cut, he has the answer for his crimes. And we hope that it will not be a case of he was arrested and before we know what's going on, he's already back, to the streets and doing whatever it is or still going about perpetrating evil and crime. All right, we hope that this case would be very different and he would answer and face the wrath of the law for the crimes and the things that he committed, and not just him alone, the other persons, his group of friends who joined him in committing the very evil deed act. All right. This one says, the Mile 5 axis of the Edoha Internal Road in Ahoda East Local Government Area that was abandoned by NDDC since 2015 is now worse than a farm road. I'm reminding NDDC to come and fix this road. From Engineer Happy Godwin. NDDC, please fix that road. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please, welcome.
Comrade Kabari.
All right, go on. What's your eyewitness report?
I'm still dwelling on this death in River State.
All right.
My dear, I don't, in fact, Rivers people are tired. Rivers people are tired, just like the last caller said, that these are same people that will tell you that education is the bedrock of every growing or developing society. Rivers people are tired. River State is no longer a state to reckon about. It's not a state any longer. Are you with me, my dear?
I'm here with you, very well.
See, you know what pains me? You know what pains me? This is Tubara. That when he perceived what was done to him as injustice, his wills and River people came out and boys. River people stood by him, only that he did not man enough to say no. Otherwise, Tinubu couldn't have succeeded here. Because everybody was looking at him. I wanted to be this man that is the governor of River State today. Let me talk to him. When I finish talking to him, let him not come and develop my community boundary in China local government. He shouldn't come and develop China anymore. Because if he comes and develops Ghana, I wouldn't be happy. When he's not developing the state, when he's not doing the needful. It's not like he's giving Ghana, a particular local government, a dividend of democracy at the detriment of other local government that constitute the River State. For crying out loud, is he not a human? If I have my way to this man, I will talk to him. It's not what I'm talking about. It's not what I put it to him. I've spoken to people that is even of his caliber. I will tell him the same thing. When I finish doing it, he should order whatever any about any order he wants to, he wishes to. But the people are crying. The people are crying. People of this state are crying. How you feel? If you don't have intention of coming back for second tenure, does that dehumanize you? Are you not a human? Still do the needful.
All right.
What would you talk about him tomorrow? Even as you're saying, is he saying that don't he have media aid? Does Governor don't have media aid? It's unfortunate that we heard from my senatorial district. And that was the reason why most of us, who even, ordinarily, we knew how he came into becoming the governor of Rivers State. But yet we said, okay, since you are already the governor, we will not permit this injustice. It doesn't mean that we did not condemn the processes that trained him up as the governor of Rivers State. We condemned it. We condemned it. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
People are crying, people are shouting, people are talking. Yeah, nobody knows his direction. Whether he's in the state, whether he's not in the state, nobody knows. Abba, I want to see you for television when you say you go down there, you go one or two places.
Thank you for
sharing. You should put pen to paper. He's not you should put a death on him. You should cannot defend the people, even in speech, issuing at least 2 hours ultimatum. We miss Amechi in this state too. We miss Amechi so much. That can happen. There are people in River State. Are you there? Are you there, man?
I'm here with you very well.
If the governor wants River State to go, we shouldn't rely on the police or the decision of the police. If the governor of this state wants River State to go into Ipo, linking Ipo Forest down to Abarai, we will go in there and fetch out anybody. Ask people, this is River State. Have you forgotten when the Trans-Calamari Highway at the back of Femo was hot? The priests were being killed, shot and killed. Is it not still a security aspect of River State that came there and shot that peace reign in that area? Is it not River State a security aspect? River State, I know. Even in the federal local government we are talking about it here, you see guns, brandish everywhere. There are security aspects there. But they are waiting for the governor. The governor should command. They should make a war. That's what is happening. That
all right, thank you.
Somebody's son is being apprehended by someone who came from the north. What did they say? What did happen now?
All right, thank you. You've given your eyewitness report. All right, thank you. Before you become very angry now. No Parabig. Hello, good evening.
Rona.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Hey, Chief Solomon of Obogoro community. I call again.
Okay, go on, please.
My eyewitness report again. You see, we are lacking grassroots security in Obogoro community. So, I would like also, I want to remind us again in this, because I want to remind my people again, because there was a time we were planning to plant NFSS as a grassroots security.
Okay.
But somehow the instruction was for us to wait for a moment. And that moment has come to pass. Now, we are not having any grassroots security. So, we need to plant it. Even if the states are trying to create state policing, that state policing, that one may be so far, so long. So security is very, very important in every place. The nearest security is what we are talking of. I'm not talking of national security. I know that Nigerian Forest Security Service, they are like national. So if we can have that thinking, that thought of bringing them to use them as security or communities to help us. If they don't like it too, it can create any other alternative of having security, grassroots security. Can even this man no war, or any other squad that can be recognized, that is recognized. So we need the grassroots security in Nobogoro community, because since OSPAC has been disbanded and nobody wants them anymore. We cannot stay like that without security.
Thank you.
Let our communities, paramount rulers, if they can put it, implement it, so that we can be using one of these NFSS. It's what is my own, in my own mind. I like using them, NFSS, as security, as a grassroots security in community, to work with national police. So it will help us. All these criminals, criminals are getting too much, and some kind of squad and CDC need to work with security force. CDC cannot enforce themselves. So most of the things we CDC use, we need force. Without force, the law, if we make law without enforcement is void. He cannot tell a lawmaker to enforce law. He have law. He make law. The CDC is a law body. It's a council body. They
All right,
can't
thank you.
enforce the law. So they should take what I'm talking serious right now. Let us plant grassroots security in our communities. We need it, even if they are very, very important. Thank you.
All right. Let's just take one or two messages and then wrap up to prep for the thrill at 9 p.m. This was coming from Oba Chinedu. Fasten please. This is Rona. All right, thank you. What is happening with the 5,000 teachers' employment that the governor promised Rivers people and Ken Poli sacked lecturers? The demonstration school teacher, please, His Excellency, settle these problems for Rivers people. So you're talking about the 5,000 school employment, 5,000 teachers' employment. Ken Poli sacked lecturers, the demonstration school teacher. All right. This one, the governor should not try to come back to rule the state. He doesn't know the value of power in his leadership. Evil things everywhere in state. No presence of government authority. I pray let God give us governor that will work and not governor that come to make money. River State is a very big problem. God help us. Pastor Casey. Are we in big problem like this? All right, this final call and then it's a wrap. Hello, good evening. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, my name is Honorable Gladwell, calling from Bookmaster.
Okay, go on, please.
One time I'm wondering if we have government in River State. For me, I don't think there is government in River State. The reason is this. We have been complaining about the people, the primary schools and some of the secondary schools in each of our communities. Do you know that the school want to resume now? They've been holiday now. They've come now. Can you hear me?
Can hear you very well. Go on.
Now, these people now, they want to go back to school. I think we are discussing about the dilapidated schools, dilapidated primary and secondary schools. Tell me one, since that when that the government have feasted even one desk or one roof, it's bad.
What exactly is the role of a physiotherapist in sport? On this edition of Global Sports Update, we attempt to take a look at this and so much more. And we've got someone who is in a business. You'll be leading us through all you need to know about the role of a physiotherapist in sport and even so much more. My name is Godwin Enak, and it's Global Sports Update. Thank you for staying with us, and waiting to talk to us is Dr. Daniel Ayeni. He's a physiotherapist. Thank you so much, Scoopy, that's what I call him, for joining us on this edition of Global Sports Update.
Hello, Mr. Godwin. How are you, sir? Thank you so much for inviting me to your show. Thank you for counting me worthy to be able to educate your listeners about this selected topic of physiotherapists in a sports setting.
Thank you, Dr. Ayeni. Now, tell me, what is the job of a physiotherapist? In short, who is a physiotherapist? Talking sporting matters now.
All right. So if I'm supposed to define who a physiotherapist is, that will be general, and that will be me trying to bore some people. But trust me, the work of a physiotherapist in your life can never be overemphasized, or in people's life generally, sir. Can never be emphasized. But here we're talking about sports physiotherapists. Sports physiotherapists are trained healthcare, mark that word please, trained healthcare professionals who specializes in prevention, mark that, diagnosis, mark that, treatment, mark that, and rehabilitation of sports-related injuries. So why I'm saying mark that is because these are very key headings. One, the person has to be trained. He has to be certified. It's not Google hero. It's not everybody comes, you know. Two, the person is involved in prevention, meaning that before it happens, the person can be of assistance to prevent some level of injuries, some impact of injuries, some pains that will hinder these sport individuals from performing what they love to do. And now in the situation whereby prevention is no longer happening, we now have the treatment side. The diagnosis side. Diagnosis is just basically telling us that, oh, this is where the problem is, or this is the problem, or this is what is causing the problem. That's the diagnosing. You've forgotten a solution. So you've seen the problem and you're trying to provide a solution. Solution now is now treatment. So it could be a straightforward therapy treatment. It could be a multidisciplinary approach. What that means is where there are other professionals that are involved in the treatment. And then I said prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and then rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is one of the key factors of physiotherapy, right? The physiotherapist is majorly always involved in rehabilitations. And when we say rehabilitations, we're talking about mental rehabilitation, we're talking about physical rehabilitation, we're talking about emotional rehabilitation, maybe that can be under mental too. We're talking about a lot of work to be done. A typical example is where you have, let me use a popular name that people know about. Let me say Anichebe. Then when Anichebe was in Everton, there were injuries that he had that took him sometimes even months and even a year off football, where he had to even go to a different part of the world to take his treatment and the likes of. Also commonly like you have with Victor Boniface too. So the physiotherapists involved in these situations or in these personnel are not just going to say, oh, we're rehabilitating for physical purpose. No, mentally too, they have to be in the space you are in. That's as the physiotherapist. The athletes have to be in the space you are in so that your form of treatment can be immediately seen in terms of performance of the player. And I tell you, these things are very, very demanding. But I mean, that's the area I've decided to talk.
Let me understand this. What is the difference between a medical doctor and a physiotherapist? I mean, if both of you are attached to a sporting entity, do you do same thing or your works are well cut out?
All right, Mr. Godwin, thank you so much. I hear this question a lot, and I think this is a very good avenue to educate people about it. You see, the healthcare system is a very complex and multifaceted system, meaning that there are several professionals that contribute to that field of the healthcare just with a unique purpose or with a unique expertise to improve the quality of life of individuals. Right. Now, when we say this healthcare, We have the doctors, the physiotherapists, the pharmacists, the med lab scientists, physiologists, and the likes. And the list is endless. But all of these units, they have their function to play to ensure that life is not lost. Now, the clear difference between a physiotherapist and a medical doctor. Like I said, physiotherapy is a branch of healthcare focused on restoring movement, improving physical functionality, and relieving pain. Is one of the things that physiotherapists are major on. And all of these things are done by evidence-based techniques, including exercise therapy, manual therapy, or modern technologies and machines that we get to use just to help relieve pains and also help in rehabilitations of patients. Now, all of these things, key roles, rehabilitation and recovery, like I said earlier, pain management, and the likes. These are many more that physiotherapists are specialized in doing. Physiotherapy also cut across different types. Now, there's a pediatric physiotherapist, there's an orthopedic physiotherapy, there's a sports physiotherapy, just like the one you asked me earlier that we're talking about now. There's a geriatric, that's physiotherapists that deal with old people. There's a neurologist physiotherapy, and the list is more. There's women health physiotherapy, and many more like that. So it's a section of the healthcare. But are physiotherapists medical doctors? No. But there are physiotherapists that are doctors, either by advancing education. You have your BSc, your MSc, and then you have your PhD. Or you have a doctor of physical therapy. So when you hear a physiotherapy as a doctor, either of these two is playing there. But a medical doctor is someone that's had a broader medical training, including prescribing medications, performing surgeries, and the likes of. So if your therapist is not a medical doctor, no. Let me clear that. If your therapist has his own section, yes, can have an idea or two about some things, but maybe not as effective with some ideas that deals with some things internally and likes that the medical doctor has. Right. For instance, in Nigeria, physiotherapy study for 5 years in Nigeria. Some other countries is 4 years. But let's just talk about Nigeria. And after your 5 years, you do a 1 year internship, which is compulsorily done by centers that are licensed to give you that training. Why for medical doctors you study for 6 years, all things being equal? Other countries may be lesser, and then you do your internship also for 1 year. So the difference is there. Medical doctors respect the physiotherapists. The physiotherapists also respect the medical doctors. Same way they respect the nurses. Same way they respect the med lab scientists and the likes of. So everybody have their part to play basically in ensuring the quality of life, and most importantly, that no one is lost, no one is dead in our hands. I hope this really clears a lot.
Let me ask you a very tricky question. Thank you for that long explanation. Now, if you have two guys in a football team, precisely, let's talk football. Let's restrict this to football, as it were. And you have to drop one. Can you drop a medical doctor and leave a physiotherapist? Or leave a physiotherapist and drop a medical doctor? Can a medical doctor do the job of a physiotherapist? And can a physiotherapist do the job of a medical doctor?
Don't put me for trouble, I beg. I like the fact you said it's a tricky question, so I'm going to answer you this way, sir. And please accept my answer this way too. A medical doctor cannot do the job of a physiotherapist. The best a medical doctor will do at the point of being in a sports setting is actually prescriptions, and if possible, if there's a surgery or there's something of sort to be done. Why a physiotherapist is going to be basically involved with, like I said, diagnosis of a problem, rehabilitation of the problem, treatment of that problem, of which a lot of times this player come down with, if it's not knee, if it's not back, if it's not neck, and the general body pain and the likes, Now, in a sports setting, a medical doctor and a physiotherapist is to be employed together. In all sincerity, it's like 5 and 6. They must be together. They must work together. In a case where you have to choose one, please don't let me say who you should choose. But trust me, like I said, most places that have just one of them, they suffer from the quality of the other ones. We have personnel, so let me say teams, that even when you go to the hospital, okay, say let me just put it to sports. But truly, when you go to the hospital, there are some things that the doctor will do for you, and they'll tell you our job here is done. Now contact the physiotherapist. I get my point. And meanwhile, there are some conditions too that will be taking place, and if your therapist has done some of his own part, and it's like, oh no, I think you need to go see social specialist and let us do 1 or 2 tests and let us even be certain is the body even receiving what we're trying to do. So in a sports setting, you should have a medical doctor and a physiotherapist. They both work hand in hand. It's really not good if there's a separation of them. Please accept my answer this way, sir.
Interesting, Dr. Ayeni. Okay, I accept your answer. Now, do physiotherapists train to be sport physiotherapists, or are you saying that any physiotherapist can work in the sports sector without having, maybe it's not a sport inclined? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Can just anybody, once you're a physiotherapist, work in that sector? And I want to personalize this. I've had calls to employ physiotherapists for the football team that I manage, and of course the basketball team that I manage. And if you find someone who is just a physiotherapist and not sport inclined, the athletes will always complain. But when they find one that is sport inclined, it makes it easy, and they are in love with such person. So is it a case of once you are a physiotherapist, you can do everything, or you need to have a sport background for you to do very well as a sport physiotherapist?
Mr. G, it's not one size fits all. Physiotherapy is not one size fits all. The beauty of it is that by virtue of your BSc, it has given you a very, very solid foundation that you can build on. I mean, it's an extra knowledge for you to do your master's and your PhD. Oh, fantastic. Or your DPT. That's fantastic. But with your BSc, you can fly as high as you want to fly because the foundation has been laid. But like some seconds ago, I was explaining out some of the different sections that we have in physiotherapy. I said there's a pediatric physiotherapy, there's a neurologist physiotherapy, there's a sports physiotherapy, there's orthopedic physiotherapy, there's a surgical physiotherapist, there's women health physiotherapy. So there are different sections of physiotherapy. So advisably, it's good that you get people that are specialized in 1 or 2 sections, depending on what exactly you're looking out for when trying to employ. So if you employ a physiotherapist that just a general basis, you'll be coming with wealth of knowledge from different places, but not tailored to the sports setting. And that is why many athletes are comfortable with physiotherapists that they've seen in sports events or that has been in the sports setting for a longer duration of time. Because treating players, especially treating Nigerian players or treating athletes, not even Nigeria, even globally, there is a underlying tone to it. So if you don't understand those gimmicks or the systematic process that goes with being a support physiotherapist to this athlete, I'm telling you, they will never like you. I mean, some players even just want to rest and they've sent that message to you, and then you're just a general guy, you just go down and run your mouth, they will never like you. But the sport physiotherapist will be able to do that. Okay, you can't do this program because of the way you're feeling several aches in your body. I'll tell your coach that you're not going to join them in the 2 hours training, but I'm going to give you a program that you can do for 1 hour, and it will even help you feel more relieved due to the complaints that you're having at the moment. And that's fantastic, right? So it's not one size fits all. It only helps that, yes, you have a very strong foundation. It's not for you to pick up yourself and add qualifications to it. For instance, now you need to have knowledge about the way it's even going in the sports setting. Let me just be specific about football. As a sports physiotherapist that is working in a football setting, you must know a bit of coaching, because you need to understand what the coach is thinking when his key player is out and he's telling you he must come back with magic like tomorrow or next tomorrow. Right. So it's good that we have people that are specialized in the areas that they function, which we do have in Nigeria, and it's also very paramount that you have people too that specialize in those functions in the settings you want them to be, for instance, sports and the likes.
Dr. Daniel Ayeni running us through what we must know about physiotherapy, and this time we're talking sports. It's not done. We'll be back tomorrow by the special grace of God. With yours truly, Godwin A. Nakana. God bless Nigeria.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Head Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine wey dey produce strong correct medicine dem take dey support we country healthcare system. Countryman, correct gbekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine dem wey no dey come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine wey pass am. After all, monkey smart na because tree near tree inside forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one, but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal, that is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private part, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his species did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, if they suffer from mumps infection, a viral infection, it can destroy all the tissues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all the cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And this can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, or the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroids, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here. Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. We are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
For knowledge, a reward for being brilliant, a reward for high IQ, and every other outstanding word you can call, for that term. And turns out that school is not scam after all, Abby. There's a popular idea that school is scam, school is scam, school na scam, school na scam. They even brought a song out of that phrase, school na scam, right? But is school really scam, or is just that some person's unfortunate experience and some person's experience of hardship and struggles after school is why they have formed the ideology that school is scam? If you graduate and you come out with very good grades and you get, you have opportunities, and then you get an opportunity to, work or do a business, and you succeed and excel in whatever field or career path or business you choose to venture into, would you say school is scam? No. So you see that phrase is actually because of the struggles of some persons who got out of school, and it's been a very rough hill for them, a very rough patch, and it's just been a lot of struggles in the country. That's why they say school is scam. If or when life gets better for these people, life gets better for them, and they start seeing the results of all of the hard work and struggles and the money they invested in education, when they start seeing the results, they will change their mouth and say school is not scam. So the question we're asking this evening is school scam? Turns out that school is not scam after all, in my opinion. But I also want to know your opinion. Do you think that education is a waste of time? I beg you. Who book help? Who reading help? Who study help? I beg you. Now money will they find? As you're looking for money, and another person is studying, you should not use your own to spoil another person's own. Now, who has brain for book and school and education? Allow the person to do it. Who has head for trade and skill and business? Allow the person to do it. Who has head for book and skills and trade side by side? Allow the person to do it. Do not use your experience to discourage someone else. I mean, your experience should not be the basis for someone's your experience should not shape someone's belief on a thing or on a matter, good or bad. If you have a bad experience out of school or because of school or education, that should not be the basics or the basis that we now place education on. If you have a good experience too, yeah, I mean, it's good, it's encouraging, but that's not the only, or that should not be how we measure it. This person failed at it, or this person didn't do, or this person is not doing so good, or it turns out this person is struggling so much, so automatically education is scam. Or this person is doing so good, so education is not scam. Should that be the basis? Is education scam after all? Is school scam after all? And then, is there a reward for education here? You know, the reward is in teachers. Okay, we're not talking about teachers though, but yeah. They'll tell you that your reward is in heaven. Education, last is money that everybody were looking for. Quite true. I mean, you go to school because you want to get a job, make money, make a living. Yeah. You learn a skill or a trade because of money. Everything just revolves around getting a better life for yourself and being able to pay your bills and, live and really live, not just surviving and getting by, really live the life. So, there's a reward for education after all, right? School is not scam now. Do you agree or do you disagree? Do you agree that school is not scam? Or you think, I disagree with that. School is scam. You call in and let me know, all right? Let's go through the news because a 14-year-old teenage girl, she won the spelling champion and she's going to represent in the world finals in China. Note, a 14-year-old child, a teenager. Spelling competition, you know that thing they call spelling bee? Well, your head is hot. Your head is smoking hot, yeah. Whether as a child or an adult, you can spell anything they tell you to spell. If they tell you spell locomotivationalism, you will just say L-O-G. You spell it like that. If they tell you spell militarianism, chan, you spell it. If there's any word they give you, your head is like smoking dictionary. You're like a walking encyclopedia. So this 14-year-old girl, for the teenage spelling champion, she's going to represent in the world finals in China. We know that, children in China, these Chinese children, they're very smart. They are intelligent. They're exposed to a lot of technology from the early age. So you see a 4-year-old Chinese child dismantling and arranging things. A 5-year-old Chinese child doing a lot of, things with technology and equipment. They're exposed to a lot of it. But that's not so much the case over here. Say for now that this new generation now have access to, more technological advanced things. Previous generation, our parents, our fathers, our mothers, the previous generation before us, they didn't really get exposed to all of this. But now, times are changing and things are changing. But let's focus on the 14-year-old girl who is going to represent the world finals in China for a spelling competition. She just got rewarded by the governor of her state. And so the question of, there's a reward for education after all, isn't? And school is not scam. Do you agree or do you disagree? That's the question we're asking on The Thrill tonight. So let's read the news and let's see what's going on. And who knows, your child may just become, that, light that will shine in your family and, bring light to your family and so much blessings. And you as a parent, you'll be proud knowing that you did not waste the money on that child for tuition fees and every other thing. And that child will be so happy. And if you're a child listening to me, a teenager listening to me, an adult listening to me, whether you're in primary school, secondary school, tertiary institution, take your education very serious. I mean, study, read, learn, grow. Just whatever it is that you do in school, take it very serious. Not because of Nigeria, or you're not doing it because, so that if I come out and do that. Do it for yourself first. And you don't know where opportunities will come to you. If you're not prepared, it will pass you by. When they say opportunity comes but once, well, opportunity will come again and again and again. If you're prepared, you make use of it and you'll get it. So the fact that you are prepared just makes it better. When the opportunity comes and it meets you prepared, it meets preparation, there will be success. I mean, imagine the girl wasn't prepared. She was not taking the school serious, does not read, does not learn, and all of the spelling. How would she have been able to win the champions spelling bee and about to represent in the world championship? Think of it. If she wasn't prepared, of course, she wouldn't have been able to get to this point where she's now getting a reward from the governor of the state and getting sponsorship. And then her school too. I mean, the school doing good. So is school scam? I mean, school is not scam now. Do you agree or do you disagree? You call in and let me know in a few minutes. Now, the governor is sponsoring the child and the school is not left out, and the person coaching her, her coach, teaching her the spellings. And so if you're a parent and your children telling you that they want home lesson or extramural lessons, or they tell you, Daddy, I want to learn how to spell, or I'm so bad at mathematics, I need a math tutor. If you can afford it, do it for them. If you can provide that home service for them after school hours or some days in the week, if you can afford it, do it. If you have the time to teach your children at home after school and there's spare time, try to do it. If you have maybe older siblings that can help your children learn better, just try to initiate it. If you're a child and you are always playful, know that your education is one of the best things your parents can give to you. So take it serious. And it's not just primary and secondary school. Even in uni, some students, undergraduates, they don't care about their studies. They're just in school, whiling away time, passing away time, and just having fun, doing a lot of things. And they feel like the university world is a free world where I can do whatever I like. And you forget the purpose why you're there. You forget that you are there to put your head in your book. See me now, I'm sounding like one elderly person. Me, I'm still a very young person for that matter. But I'm out of school. So to an extent, I can talk about, undergraduate issues because I was there a few years ago. So I'm not trying to sound like a motivational speaker. I'm just saying that education is something that cannot be taken from you. Whatever it is that you learn and you acquire stays with you for life. Like your degree, the result, the learning, the experience, the teachings, the study is for life. Nobody can come and take it away from you. How would they remove what you've learned from your brain or from your head or whatever experience that you gathered? They can't. So it's actually to your advantage that you take it very serious. Now, the package that the governor is going to give to the girl and the school and her coach totals 8 million naira. The package includes 2 million naira for the girl already. The 14-year-old gets 2 million naira. That's 1 million naira for her coach. Her coach played a very important role. So whoever is teaching your children, appreciate them too. The coach gets 1 million naira. And then the name of the coach is Esther Molayo, and 5 million for the school. Yes, the school still gets a reward. So imagine that your child was in that school and your child is representing the world champion. Do you know how proud that school will be of your child? Now, let's even not say world champion now. Even in the little competition that the school do, it's important that you encourage your children to participate in those competitions, whether spelling bee, science test, maths quiz, construction of little appliances that they do in technology class, cultural arts and creative arts test and competition that they do, drawings, paintings, recitations, debates. Just allow your children to participate in all of this so that they would strengthen themselves. And you don't know the area where they have so much strength and they'll just do well and make you proud as a parent. Ebanji also pledged to sponsor the African champion alongside her mother, Oyana. She's not just getting the reward, her parents getting the reward. The school where she studies, where she attends, getting the reward. Her coach getting the reward. This just, it rubs off on everybody what was bestowed on her, right? Her mother will also be sponsored to China. So imagine that parent has never traveled abroad before in her entire life, and now her child is the reason why she gets to travel out of Nigeria to China for a championship as a world championship spelling bee. Do you know how beautiful that is? Like, if you are the mother, I'm sure that happiness will want to wound you. Ebanji also pledged to sponsor the African champion with her mother, Oluwabomi Adeolu, and her coach to the World Championship scheduled to hold in China later this year. The governor, according to a statement by a special advisor, spoke in Ado Ekiti on Tuesday while receiving the spelling bee champion, her mother, the school proprietor, Lawrence Oluwafemi, and her coach at his office. Ekiti State Governor Olubumi Biodun Oyebanji and the 14-year-old Ekiti-born Oluwadamilola Adeolu, who recently emerged winner of the African Spelling Bee competition. Oyebanji reaffirmed the administration's commitment to prioritizing education as a central pillar of development. Commending Adeolu for bringing honor to Ekiti State and Nigeria, she described her achievement as a reflection of the state's long-standing tradition of academic excellence, noting that the feat underscored the values of diligence, discipline, and excellence for which Ekiti people are widely known. He says the administration made... Okay, let's not really dwell on that. The governor added that efforts were ongoing to align the curriculum with the standards of the 21st century. While congratulating Oyebanji, reward excellence. All right, let's go. He said Damilola has once again demonstrated what Ekiti people are known for. I'm trying to just rush off so that we can have calls, because I see calls coming in already and I really want to hear your opinions and
or your learning is not can equate to your what's it called, to your character.
All right. So in essence, what you're saying is school is not scam, but your character contributes to it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Welcome.
This is Honorable Chris Okuri.
All right. Go on, please.
School is not a scam. But in Nigeria, I am telling you, if not because of one thing, I'll tell you that school is a scam.
So what's the thing?
When the other day I enter a KK of a graduate, I am telling you, I don't expect to see a graduate who have served our father's land or his father's land coming out to be a KK driver. Some of them are conductors. Even some of them are using their NYC cap to do conductor. So in Nigeria, school is a scam. But in the other side of the world,
you're trying to say the scam or not scam is depending on the country?
Yes. Just check now. See what is
so
going
in
on
general now, if it's just Nigeria, then school is scam. But if it's abroad, school is not scam.
Because of what I'm seeing, some of the graduates I'm seeing in Nigeria.
But you will not use some to now generalize the whole idea that school is scam because some graduates are.
Now, okay, if in Nigeria school is
just answer the question: is school scam or not? Don't do Nigeria abroad or graduates or not.
School is not a scam.
Bam. Thank you.
School is not a scam.
Don't say but. You already said school is not a scam. Leave it like that. Thank you. School is not a scam. Bam. No buts. Yes or no? Hello. Good evening.
Yeah, I'm Tembilan. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
For me, I follow my brother that dropped now. For Nigeria, for Nigeria is scam because you agree with me. You don't need to be a PhD holder to contest House of Rep or State or Senate. There are many of them. Are you not here when Anambra State a girl, that young girl, that say honorable speaker in the House of Representatives, just 2 weeks, I think a week plus now, I support the motion. The speaker was asking which emotion. He said, I don't know. To me, what he needed in Nigeria is just connection. That is the truth. As far as he can read the right, and they leave it. But for other civilized nations, your degree matters a lot. They cherish your degree. You understand? I'm PhD this, I'm PhD that. For Nigeria, they buy it now. PhD holders, this, that, the doctorate degree, they buy it. So they don't merit it a lot. So to me, you see some person that is the president of one country, I won't mention Nigeria or this thing. A forged result, you understand? So corruption has been order of the day. So to me, it looks like it's scam, but it's not supposed to be.
So you are judging it based on the current situation in the country. But in general now, okay, you've already given your point about the country. In general, is school scam or not?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Not because your degree will speak for you.
Apart from even the degree, the thing you've learned on your own self is in you forever.
Yes, but if in the aspect of Nigeria, I agree.
You already said that one. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please, welcome.
Is it you?
This is Rona.
Okay, Rona, good evening.
Welcome. Go on, please.
To me, school is not a scam.
Okay. So tell me why you say so.
Yes. Even those people call them saying that the school is a scam. Is it not through English they are using to tell you that school is this or school is that? If they didn't go to school, can they be able to express themselves in the public? So school is not a scam. It depends the way you understand it. It's not a scam at all.
All right, thank you. School is not scam. The people saying that school is scam based on Nigeria, school is not scam outside of Nigeria. Yeah, I'm trying to give, just tell me, first off, do you think that, there's reward for education, one, and is school scam or not? If you say school is scam, you tell me why. If you say school is not scam, I don't come and say school is scam here, school is not scam here. School is school. First of all, education and what you learn is education. We're not talking about region or location. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
It's Mr. Otiwabeze Obogoma. School is not a scam at all. Because all you learn in school is in you, and you practice it in due time. So school, despite what is happening in Nigeria, school is not a scam.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A few more minutes and then we'll wrap it up. 08109510951. Talking about the girl who just got rewarded and is about to be sponsored to China with her mother and her coach, and the school gets a reward also here. Is school scam or not? Don't do but just answer and then you tell me why. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right, go on, please.
Well, school is not it's never a scam.
Okay.
Because see, I met somebody one day after his graduation. He was looking for work.
Yeah.
He says, just go to school first, hold the certificate. One day opportunity will come. But if opportunity meets you without certificate, then there's nothing you can do. That is one. Education will also enable you to express yourself.
Never be a scam.
All right.
God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, this is where we wrap up the show. Thank you all so much who joined in and contributed your quota and added your mouth to the conversation. I appreciate it. Let's read this message and then we'll wrap it up. Whoever on cold sign, here she will know. That's a different topic. I don't understand what you're saying. No. Finally, let's take this message. Good evening, Rona. Vincent Woolsey Chukwuchechi. Education is never a scam, and there's always a reward for such an academic excellence. But the only problem we have is that we're in a country where only the eyes always have it. If you check very well, this 14-year-old child must be connected to one of those very money-for-food, criminal-minded politicians who will never allow the poor to breathe. But it's not all the time. The child may not even be connected to a politician or a government official or someone in power. The child may just be a regular child of a regular parent, the common parent. And, the child just made the parents proud. And now the parent and the child, they're on, the light is on them. So it's not all the time that because she's intelligent, was it because she was connected to a government person that she became intelligent? So we should also give credit and merit to those who deserve it, right? There are some times that they may be connected, but this may not be the case. I mean, it wasn't even stated there. But going forward on your message, you said that a child from a poor family can win this award, but it will not be given to her. Hey, because she's not from a rich family background. Okay, I think I just explained that part of that. Sometimes it's not always the case. Yeah, it happens like that, but it's not always the case, right? And it's not the standard as well. Thanks and God bless you, Vincent Woolsey Chukwuchechi. This is where we'll wrap it up. Thank you all so much. The World News soon up and The World Today. Good evening.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South,
Nigeria. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu attributes Nigeria's economic gains to deliberate reform efforts. Senate President Godswill Akpabio claims insecurity being filled ahead of the 2027 elections. Supreme Court fixes April 22 for appeals on PDP Ibadan Convention and ADC leadership dispute. On the foreign sense, Spain approves plan to legalize 500,000 undocumented migrants. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has said Nigeria is witnessing improved fiscal stability, stronger foreign reserves, a more efficient trade system, and rising investor confidence, attributing the progress to deliberate policy choices and sustained reform efforts. He noted that the gains reflect a commitment to long-term national prosperity rather than chance. The president made the remarks during the inauguration of Nigerian Revenue Service NRS headquarters in Abuja, describing the facility as a symbol of professionalism, transparency, and enhanced service delivery. The president added that the new building underscores the need for public institutions to align with the ongoing reforms and meet the expectations of citizens.
A more efficient trade ecosystem and increased investor confidence in Nigerian economy directly. These gains are not incidental. They are the product of deliberate policy, sustained effort, and a commitment to doing what is right. In building new standard of professionalism, transparency, efficiency, and service. It reflects our resolve that institutions must rise to meet the demand of reform and the expectations of the Nigerian people.
He also commended Nigerians for their resilience and patience amid economic adjustment, urging the Revenue Agency to uphold high standards that promote trust and fairness. Tinubu also stressed that government institutions must demonstrate efficiency, accountability, and credibility both domestically and on the global stage.
We must thank the Nigerian people for enduring and persevering for their resilience to date. And to the Nigerian Revenue Service must embrace new efforts. It must build trust. It must ensure fairness. Demonstrate that government can be accountable, efficient, responsive. It must become a model institution that earns confidence at home and respect abroad.
Meanwhile, Senate President Godswill Akpabio has alleged that insecurity in Nigeria has been deliberately sponsored as the 2027 general elections approach, suggesting that such incidents are politically motivated to destabilize the country. Akpabio made the remarks during the commissioning of the Nigerian Revenue Service (NRS) headquarters in Abuja, stating that insecurity appears to intensify during election periods, but typically subsides afterwards. He claimed that some individuals fund violent incidents to distract the government, adding that such activities would decline after the elections. The Senate President praised Bola Tinubu for ongoing economic and governance reforms, describing him as focused and resilient despite political distractions. He, who also claimed that the ruling party has continued to gain political support across states, dismissed opposition claims that Nigeria is drifting towards a one-party state. The Supreme Court has fixed April 22, 2026 to hear two separate appeals filed by a faction of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) led by Kabiru Turaki, challenging the nullification of the party's abandoned National Convention held in November 2025. The appeals seek to overturn earlier rulings of the Court of Appeal Nigeria, which invalidated the convention. During proceedings, counsel to the appellants, Chris Uche, stressed the urgency of the matter, citing the need to align with the timetable of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) ahead of the 2027 general elections. In the first appeal, which pits the Turkey-led group against a rival faction loyal to the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, the court ordered that hearing notices be served on all respondents, including Mohammed Abdurrahman, who was absent in court. The Apex Court also directed the 9 respondents to file their responses within 5 days each, rejecting a request by counsel Emmanuel Ukala for a longer timeline. The second appeal involves a suit filed by former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido, who challenged his exclusion from the party's national chairmanship contest. Earlier rulings by lower courts, including a decision by Justice Peter Lifu, had halted the convention and barred recognition of its outcomes. Similarly, the Supreme Court also fixed April 22, 2026 to hear an appeal filed by executives of the African Democratic Congress (ADC) led by former Senate President David Mark over the party's lingering leadership crisis. The date was set by a 5-member panel headed by Justice Mohammed Garaba after granting a request for accelerated hearing. The court directed counsel to Mark Jibril Okutepa to file and serve the appellant's brief promptly, while ordering respondents to submit their replies within 3 days of receiving the brief. The appeal challenges the March 12 judgment of the Court of Appeal, which upheld an earlier ruling by Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court. The lower court had declined to grant injunctive relief sought in an ex parte application filed by party chieftain Nafiu Gombe, who is contesting the party's leadership and seeking recognition as national chairman. The dispute has drawn wider political attention, with prominent figures including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Nasir El-Rufai, Rauf Aribishola, Rotimi Amechi, and John Odige Oyegun, aligning with the party as a coalition platform ahead of the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has maintained a neutral stance, stating it will not recognize any faction pending the final court decision, after previously removing the names of Mark and Aribishola from its official records. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has struck out a suit filed by Paul Ogbonna and another plaintiff representing a group known as Social Action Against the Attorney General of the Federation over the release of forensic audit report of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. The plaintiff had in 2022 approached the court after the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs declined to provide their organization with the audit report, seeking an order compelling the ministry, then headed by Gosul Akpabio, to release the document. Following the dissolution of the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs by President Bola Tinubu upon assuming office, the plaintiffs amended their suits to join the Attorney General of the Federation as the appropriate legal authority. Delivering judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Turaki Mohammed, struck out the case on the grounds that it was instituted against a non-existent government agency. While no counsel appeared for the Attorney General during proceedings, counsel to the plaintiffs, Victor Nweke, who told newsmen outside the courtroom that the case was initiated to promote transparency with the ruling, and indicated that the legal team is considering further action to ensure their clients' rights are upheld.
And remove the Minister of Niger Delta from the suit. And we retain the AG, knowing too well that he is the #1 law officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If there is any suit by law against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Attorney General as a defendant is necessary, because the office of the Attorney General of the Federation is #1 law officer of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Then we retained him and amended our processes and thought that those documents our clients are asking for should be furnished to them through the office of the Attorney General. But my Lord, in his wisdom, ruled that the removal of Minister of Niger Delta Affairs from the suit is fatal. And my Lord premised on that and struck out the suit.
On his part, one of the plaintiffs, Paul Ogbonna, who is the head of the legal social action in Rivers State, described the suit as part of the group's anti-corruption efforts that criticized the court decision, insisting that citizens have a right to know how funds allocated to the NDDC have been utilized through the forensic audit report.
Ministry of the Niger Delta was there been issue, but they were removed when that ministry was abrogated, was removed by the current administration. And I do not know how we would have sustained or retained an agency that is no longer alive in law. But however, the Attorney General of the Federation and the Ministry of Finance and the relevant government agencies were there. So in as much as that is the thinking and mind of my lordship, we are bound by the ruling, but it's unacceptable to us. The suit was struck out. We shall take the necessary legal moves and continue our campaign. We must get to the end of it.
A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has adjourned to May 18, 2026 for hearing of an originating summons and pending motions in suits challenging the nomination of People's Democratic Party (PDP) candidates for the last local government elections in the state. The case was instituted by 3 aggrieved party members against Aaron Chukwuemeka, the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, the People's Democratic Party, and the Rivers State government. Today, FM's Uchendu Joa reports that the presiding judge, Justice Stephen Jumbo, fixed the date following the discovery of lapses in the service and response to court processes by counsel representing the parties. The claimants, Enyi Uchechiku, Wisdom Kalyu, and Uche Amadi, are contesting the legality of candidate nominations submitted for the August 30, 2026 council elections. The plaintiffs are asking the court to determine whether the state executive led by Chukwuemeka, whose emergence was reportedly nullified by an earlier court judgment, had the legal authority to submit a list of candidates to RISEC, and whether the PDP validly presented candidates for the elections through that leadership. Among other reliefs, the claimants are requesting a declaration that the party's ward, local government and state congresses held in July and August 2024 are null and void, and that any actions taken by officials produced from those congresses, including candidate nominations, are invalid. They are further seeking a perpetual injunction restraining the defendants from interfering in the party's internal processes regarding nomination and presentation of candidates for elective positions. The whereabouts of a leader of a local vigilante group, OSPAC, in Ipo community in the Ikore local government area of Rivers State has remained unknown days after he was reportedly abducted by suspected bandits terrorizing the area. Today, FM's correspondent gathered that the incident occurred during a joint operation involving the police, other security agencies, and local vigilante operatives, which had reportedly raided the forest in the Ipo axis following the tip-off. A source who spoke on condition of anonymity said the suspected bandits, dressed in northern Jalabia attire, opened fire on the operators when they stormed the hideout where they were observing prayers at the time of the raid in the forest. In the meantime, a leader of the Community Development Committee, CDC, Kingsley Wali, confirmed the incident and called for the immediate release of the abducted OSPAC leader, whom he identified as an indigene of the community. Also speaking, the River State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, confirmed the development in the chat with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, assuring residents that the police are on top of the situation and vowed that those responsible will be brought to justice. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Break. Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The national president of the Association of Nigerian University Professional Administrators, ANOPA, Victor Nkuma, says a 4-day training workshop for senior and junior administrators across the South-South zone will strengthen the capacity of university administrators in the region. Nkuma stated this during the workshop organized by the South-South zone of ANOPA at the University of Port Harcourt, where he explained that the training is designed to expose participants to modern administrative practices and equip them with the skills needed to effectively manage emerging challenges within the university system.
The whole essence is to bring professional administrators in the university up to speed, because registry administrators are the engine room of universities. So they need to be updated, to be upskilled at any given point in time to move with the changing administrative environment. Administrators who have not come to make sure they attend the subsequent zonal trainings.
Similarly, the National Public Relations Officer of ANOPA, Onyinye Raf Nwachuku, said the association's focus on equipping university administrators with knowledge of emerging technologies in administration, adding that continuous training is essential to ensure administrators remain relevant in a rapidly evolving academic environment.
Our business is to ensure that we keep training ourselves, people that work in the university, to be able to be in tune with the times, to also learn new technologies, unlearn new things, and learn new things. So for this year, instead of gathering all of us in Abuja, we decided to have this training in 6 geopolitical zones. So all the universities in South-South zone of the country are gathered in Uniport simply to learn new things, unlearn the ones that have become obsolete, and relearn.
Meanwhile, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Owunari Georgeville, commended ANOPA for organizing the workshop, noting that it would enhance the capacity of both senior and junior administrators in universities. Professor Georgeville also expressed confidence that the training would have a positive impact on the overall performance and effectiveness of university administration.
If you look at the topics they have chosen and you look at the resource persons they have brought, you will agree with me that at the end of these 3-4 days of training, they will all go back to their various universities with enlarged knowledge how to run their universities. You see, the vice chancellors and the administrators work hand in hand to place the university on the way they want it to be. And so I think this is the right direction. I want to commend ANOPA for doing this wonderful workshop for their members.
Students of the Department of Medical Imaging and Technology at the River State College of Health Science and Management Technology have accused the head of department of alleged extortion and high-handedness. Some of the students who staged a protest at the office of the Port Harcourt-based human rights advocate, O.C. Haya King, alleged that despite repeated complaints to the institution's management, no meaningful action has been taken to address the grievances. The aggrieved students, including the recent graduates of the department, told newsmen that fees previously paid at 20,000 naira having reportedly been increased to 40,000 naira since the assumption of the current HOD. Describing the developments as burdensome, students appealed to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, educational authorities and other relevant agencies to intervene and protect students from alleged exploitation within the institution.
For us to go for an internship, which is not supposed to be so. And then most of us have paid and yet they've not posted us. They said the money we are paying is for them to lobby for us to be paid during our internship for that 1 year. And up till now, no posting yet. We've been in the house as for the past 6 months.
Then he immediately brought out things we are supposed to pay. We all thought that something that we are paying like 18k, we'll pay like 20k, just 2k extra, or maybe 10k or 5k extra. But when he brought out the list, he said first semester, practical fee or bench fee, training or excursion fee, 40,000. I feel they are working together with my department.
Speaking to newsman O.C. King, who threatened to initiate actions that would trigger a full investigation to the alleged misconduct, including claims that the HOD was used forged documents to secure the appointment, stressed the need for urgent intervention by the governor and the commissioner of police to uncover both the academic credentials and financial dealings of the accused official.
Some of them are even his children, some of them are our children, some of them are Rivers children, outside Rivers people children, and he's humiliating them, antagonizing them. It's a very pathetic situation. He's not even qualified. From the documents I saw, they wrote to the school where he said he graduated, and the school replied and said, we don't know this man. And he's still there, flexing muscles, making sure the students are put down. The most humiliating aspect is that he said they must pay these fees, and I demanded for the account numbers where they are paying these fees, a private account number.
Meanwhile, a senior management staff member of the institution, a dean of faculty, who spoke on condition of anonymity, confirmed receipt of the students' complaints following the protest on campus and stated that an internal investigation has already commenced. The Director of IGS Creativity and Innovation at Ignatius Adjunct University of Education, Samuel Amele, has stressed that all sectors of a nation's economy depend heavily on functional and quality education. Speaking with an interview to FM's Magnus Umwawa, Amele noted that getting education right at the foundational level remains the only pathway to meeting global standards. He cautioned stakeholders against placing excessive emphasis on the acquisition of certificates without corresponding skills, knowledge, and character, warning that such an approach amounts to a waste of time and resources. The professor of philosophy of education also commended the Rivers State Governor Senator Ifubar for appointing Peter Zwan Gospel Commissioner for Education, describing him as a seasoned capable of transforming the sector. Amaile urged the new commissioner to remain committed to his mandate, noting the complexity of the education ministry and the need for sustained efforts to deliver meaningful reforms across all levels.
Governor Sinlai, who really deemed it necessary to choose one of the best sons of Osus and Rivers State. Also for the son we have Honorable Peter Wago, who kept the lifestyle of the family from the ongoing to the present. The pace he set, because of lifestyle, and today he's being celebrated. My plea to him is that he should be focused on the target of the core. If you get education right, you have gotten the whole society. You should focus on the type of education that will bring the three main domains of human development.
On the foreign scene, Spain has approved a major policy to grant legal status to as many as 500,000 undocumented migrants in a move aimed at integrating them into workforce and strengthening the country's and socio-economic systems. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez described the initiative as an act of justice and a practical response to labor shortages and demographic pressures. Under the proposal, eligible migrants will receive renewable one-year residence permits, provided they have lived in Spain for at least 5 months and have no criminal record. The application process is set to run from April 16 to the end of June. Sanchez said the policy recognizes migrants who are already part of everyday life in Spain and contributes to its economy and public services, particularly as the economy and the country faces an aging population. He also noted Spain's own history of immigration as a reason for adopting a more inclusive approach to migration policy. Turning the news to the summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has attributed Nigeria's economic gains to deliberate reform efforts. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio has claimed that insecurity is being fueled ahead of 2027 general elections. We told you that the Supreme Court has fixed April 22 for appeals on the PDP Ibadan Convention and the ADC leadership dispute. On the foreign scene, Spain approves plan to legalize 500,000 undocumented migrants. That was the news as edited by Uchendu by Stella Sasongo Okorie. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-838-92850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for foreign news stories that made the headlines on the wall today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Benin Republic's Finance Minister Romuald Wadagni wins presidential election. Cameroon separatists to pause fighting ahead of Pope visit. Singapore to admit 40,000 permanent residents annually to address workforce needs. Australia to boost drone spending by over $3 billion amid change in warfare. Details shortly. Benin's presidential election has delivered a decisive outcome with Finance Minister Romuald Wadagni emerging as the clear winner. According to provisional results released by Electoral Commission, Wadagni secured an overwhelming 94% of votes in Sunday's poll. While final official results are still pending, his main challenger, Paul Hunkbe, has already conceded defeat, congratulating Wadagni and calling for unity and respect for democratic values. Wadagni, who is 49 years old, had been widely expected to win after receiving the backing of outgoing President Patrice Talon, who is stepping down after completing 2 terms in office. Observers describe the election as largely calm and well organized, although some opposition voices have raised concerns alleging irregularities. Wadagni's victory comes as Benin continues to face economic challenges and security threats, including jihadist attacks in parts of the country. Anglophone separatists in Cameroon have announced a period of safe travel passage and halted fighting ahead of safe travel passage. Ahead of Pope Leo's visit the conflict region this week. Leaders of several armed and sectionist groups and said the 3-day measure was in recognition of the profound spiritual importance of the papal visit, which starts on Wednesday, and the need to safeguard civilian life. In a statement from Unity Alliance, which brings the groups together, said they would facilitate the movement of those celebrating the visit. The government is yet to comment. A near decade of violence in the English-speaking regions has left at least 6,000 people dead and many more forced from their homes. Senegal has issued the first conviction under the new law increasing the punishment of homosexuality. A court in Dakar suburb, Pinkin Gwedoyawe, sentenced a 24-year-old laborer over the weekend to 6 years in prison and fined him 2 million CFA francs for acts against nature and public indecency. He was arrested earlier this month. Senegal is the latest African country to impose harsher penalties against the LGBTQ community. On 31st March, Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye signed into law new legislation doubling the maximum penalty for same-sex relations from 5 to 10 years in prison. The text also includes criminal penalties for those found guilty of promoting or financing same-sex relationships. The National Assembly had previously passed the law by an overwhelming majority. Botswana has signed a series of energy, mining and infrastructure agreements with Oman as it steps its effort to diversify its economy beyond diamonds amid a prolonged downturn in global demand for the precious stones. The Southern African nation, long reliant on diamond revenues for roughly a third of its GDP, is increasingly looking to Gulf partners to broaden its economic base. Falling diamond prices and intensifying competition from lab-grown alternatives have placed the sustained pressure on public finances and growth prospects. President Duma Boko and Sultan Haytham bin Tariq formalized the agreement during high-level talks, signaling a deepening of bilateral cooperation between the two countries, away from Africa to the rest of the world. The government of Singapore has announced plans to grant permanent residency to up to 40,000 people annually over the next 5 years as part of efforts to address slowing population growth and long-term labor needs. The policy update was disclosed by Deputy Prime Minister Gan Yong during the Budget 2026 Committee of Supply debate in Parliament. Gan stated that the revised intake would be slightly higher than the 35,000 permanent residents granted in the previous year, adding that immigration policy will continue to be carefully calibrated in line with demographic trends. He emphasized the need to maintain a stable citizen core while ensuring that the population remains economically dynamic and sustainable. According to the government, Singapore's permanent resident population has remained steady at around 540,000 in recent years, with PR status continuing to serve as a key pathway to citizenship. Australia has announced plans to increase spending on drone technology by up to $3.6 billion, citing lessons from evolving warfare in the Middle East and Ukraine. According to the Defense Minister Richard Marles, the move reflects a broader shift toward unmanned and autonomous systems, which officials says are becoming central to modern combat strategies. Marles said the government plan to invest between 12 and 15 billion Australian dollars over the next decade in autonomous capabilities, including advanced platforms such as Ghost Shark and Ghost Bat. He noted that Australia's vast coastline and a relatively small population makes such technologies critical for national defense. The decision also comes amid the growing use of low-cost, mass-produced drones, particularly those deployed in Iran in regional and widely seen in the war in Ukraine. Marles emphasized the need for both offensive drone capabilities and counter-drone systems to address emerging threats. Allies in NATO have declined support a proposed blockade of the Strait of Hormuz announced by US President Donald Trump, opting instead to consider intervention only after hostilities end. Trump has said the US military would coordinate with partners to block maritime traffic to and from Iranian ports, framing the move as leverage in the ongoing conflict. However, key allies including United Kingdom and France rejected participation, warning against being drawn into the conflict. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said London would not support the blockade, despite considerable pressure, emphasizing the commitment to avoiding direct involvement in the war. In the meantime, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has reportedly urged member states to consider future roles in securing the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has condemned the controversial AI-generated image shared by U.S. President Donald Trump, depicting himself as Jesus Christ, describing it as an unacceptable desecration of a revered religious figure. In a message on X, he also expressed solidarity with Pope Leo XIV, who was separately criticized by Trump. Addressing the Pope directly, Pezeshkian said the portrayal of Jesus regarded in Islam as a prophet of peace and brotherhood was offensive to people of faith worldwide. He emphasized that such depictions undermine shared religious and respect across communities. The Iranian leader's reaction followed Trump's post on Truth Social, where the AI-generated image showed him in a robe performing a symbolic healing act, surrounded by bright light and figures resembling angels, with the Statue of Liberty in the background. In a separate message, Trump criticized Pope Leo, describing him as weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy after the pontiff called for de-escalation in rising global tensions involving the United States, Iran, and Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that any Iranian fast attack boats approaching a newly announced naval blockade would be immediately eliminated amid rising tensions for maritime access to Iranian ports. The U.S. military said the blockade would take effect and apply to vessels departing from or around attempting to enter Iranian harbors. The move followed failed diplomatic talks in Pakistan, where a delegation led by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance reportedly returned without securing a breakthrough to the end of the ongoing conflict that escalated after strikes in Tehran. The announcement drew swift international reaction, with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Qatar urging both sides to respect the fragile ceasefire and allow diplomatic efforts to continue. The United Kingdom is considering introducing a ban on social media use for children under the age of 16 as part of broader efforts to address concerns over excessive screen time and online safety. The proposal, reportedly discussed by Prime Minister Keir Starmer, is part of ongoing consultations on how to regulate children's access to platforms such as Instagram and TikTok. Starmer said the government is also reviewing additional measures, including app curfews, time limits, and restrictions on algorithm-driven feeds, which he described as contributing to addictive scrolling among young users. Technology Secretary Liz Kendall said the consultation on children's online safety has already received tens of thousands of responses, with inputs still being gathered from parents, teenagers, and families on issues as app curfews, AI chatbots, and addictive platforms. The debate comes as several countries move to tighten restrictions on children's access to social media, with Australia already enforcing a ban for users under 16 and others, including Greece and Indonesia, adopting similar policies. That story from UK concludes the 9th edition of The World Today, as produced by Janakachi Celestine of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the story that made the headlines. We told you that Benin Republic's Finance Minister Ramon Wadagni emerged as winner in presidential election. We heard the Cameroon separatists said it will pause fighting ahead of the Pope's visit. We also told you that Singapore admits 40,000 permanent residents annually to address workforce needs. Finally, Australia boosts drone spending by over $3 billion amid changing warfare trends. Till same time tomorrow. Do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. A BBC investigation examines the mysterious death of Charmaine Spears, a Scottish woman married to popular Ghanaian-born prophet Eric Adusa.
Why she was in Ghana? Well, her husband, Eric Adusa, was preaching in the area, going to various different churches across Ghana. They eventually spend 2 nights with each other, the husband and wife, and it's on the second night that Charmaine is last seen alive.
And in Uganda, the population of mountain gorillas may increase following conservation initiatives aimed at improving the lives of local communities to discourage poaching activities.
When I sell my coffee, I benefit a lot. I can pay school fees for my children and provide for my family. I also employ laborers from the local community. Overall, our lives have been transformed.
It's Tuesday, April 14th. This is the story of Charmaine Spears, a Scottish woman found dead in Ghana more than a decade ago. Her faith, her marriage, and later her death in a hotel room in Ghana that led to so many unanswered questions. A BBC Disclosure investigation re-examines the case of the deceased's mysterious death and asks questions of the Ghanaian-born religious leader she married, Prophet Eric Adusa. In 2015, Charmaine's body was discovered in a hotel room and her death was determined as heroin poisoning. Her husband was seen at the hotel on the night of her death and a test of her hair showed no long-term heroin use. The BBC Disclosure team has been to Ghana to hear from witnesses about what happened in the days leading up to and also the night of her passing. They have spoken to her mum, friends, and her son, who was just 8 when she died. He is now 18. The team also spoke to police and prosecutors in Ghana and various people who knew Eric Adusa. I have been hearing more about this case from the BBC's Miles Bonner.
I woke up and my phone was ringing. It was someone from Ghana. Charmaine is gone.
Hello. Hi, I'm looking to speak to Eric Adusa. I could hear him there. He's inside. So why does he want to come out and speak to us? Because we've been in communication. He said he would do an interview.
Miles, this is a story running all the way back to 2015. What made you want to investigate it?
Well, we're a Scotland-based investigations team, and Charmaine's mother, the woman who died in 2015, her mother, Linda Spears, is based in the northeast of Scotland and has been searching for answers for over a decade. And what she's been able to do is gather loads of police files from the Ghanaian investigation. She passed them on to our team, and we were able to have a real look at the case and find all these things within it that were really, really interesting to us.
Just refresh our memories for those of us who are not familiar with this case. Who was Charmaine Spears?
So Charmaine grew up in Scotland. She moved to Swansea in Wales, where she had a boy, Isaac, and then she joined a Pentecostal church in the UK called Liberty Church, and it's here that she meets a Pentecostal preacher called Eric Adusa, Prophet Eric Adusa, and she meets him on a Christian dating site. They enter this whirlwind romance, meeting in spring 2014. They get married by September that year, and by March 2015, Charmaine Spears is dead. She's found in a bathtub in a hotel in Koforidua in Ghana, and the circumstances around her death raise loads of questions. She was there with her husband, Prophet Eric Adusa. He left her in the middle of the night. He eventually travelled back to the UK, and days later, her body was found.
Did investigators say what exactly were the circumstances behind that?
Yeah, so what we know is that she had the drug heroin in her system. That was likely the cause of her death. What was mysterious about it was there was no drug paraphernalia in the room. You know, there was nothing there that would show someone had taken a drug. And also when her hair was tested as part of a post-mortem test in the UK, they discovered she was not a long-term drug user. Why she was in Ghana? Well, her husband, Eric Adusa, was preaching in the area, going to various different churches across Ghana. They eventually spend 2 nights with each other, the husband and wife, and it's on the second night that Charmaine is last seen alive. The reason for Prophet Eric Adusa leaving, say, midnight, 1 in the morning, he said was to meet another pastor in Accra, in the capital, at 6 a.m. But we tracked down that pastor and he did not corroborate this alibi.
It's a whole state of confusion, and there's so many sides to this story. How does Charmaine's family feel about the case?
They feel like they cannot properly grieve. It's been over a decade. Charmaine's son is now 19 to navigate life without his mother. And actually, we spoke to Charmaine's mother and son as part of that.
She was a fantastic child. Everybody loved her.
We were just sitting there for about 5-10 minutes in just silence. And I remember my dad telling me that she was dead. And the first thing I said was, "You're joking." It's like, "I'm not joking." And I just kept repeating, "You're joking." No father should have to tell his son his mum's dead.
She phoned me up to say that she was getting married. I said, "Charmaine, I didn't even know you had a boyfriend." I said, "Does he work?" That was the main thing. I said, "Does he work?" She says, "Yes." She says, "He's quite well known. He's quite famous." So what does he do? She says, "He's a pastor."
When we were in Swansea, he was calm. He wasn't nasty, he wasn't thing. As soon as we moved to England, it was just a snap. 2 completely different people. Every chance he got reminded her that he was more important than her. He was the one running everything. Every aspect of her life was controlled by him. He controlled her phone, her money, her clothes, her eating habits. Her happiness was controlled by him.
Tell us about Charmaine's husband.
Eric Adusa, he has quite a meteoric rise. He's a preacher in his teens in Ghana, and then he moves to the UK, and he then establishes this global light revival church in London. And they have branches across the UK and America. In terms of his character, who he is, we've spoken to previous partners of his, because people have known him by different names, different ages, and former partners of his have said that he is a danger to women. And we actually have a clip here from one of his previous partners, Emily, but we're not using her real name to protect her identity.
At first, everything was wonderful, and he was great. He was kind, sweet, and would worry about me. He gradually, very slowly, started to change. My hair needed to be styled in a certain way. I had to be dressed in a certain way. Everything had to be strictly how he said it had to be. I had to stay home. I couldn't go out. He also took my phone away because he didn't want me to call my family. He always mentioned God. God wants this. God blesses our relationship. This is God's will. In reality, I was very vulnerable, and I wasn't realising months were going by and he had brainwashed me.
When we actually travelled to Ghana, we had these different names that Eric Adusa used. We knew some of them. We met his spiritual father, Archbishop Yadu, and he knew him by a different name. We keep getting different names for the same person.
I saw from the spiritually that this woman, you can kill herself or something. That was what I saw.
You sensed that?
I sensed that. So I told them that stop the go around and pray for your wife. Enter into prayer. But young boy who have come from abroad and is preaching and people are he's happy. So he didn't take it serious. When he came here and I took him to the police people, they arrested him. So his arrest, I didn't understand. I didn't like it. Eric was not there when the woman died. Then after that, police invited me and he said that, did I think my son will kill them? I said, no, my son will not do that.
What is Adusa's side of the story about what exactly happened to his wife?
His characterisation of his wife is quite stark. He tells the police in Ghana that Charmaine was suicidal and had been a drug user. This was one of these things where Eric Adusa says she's a drug user, but these tests show that she wasn't up until the point that she died. We've spoken to many of Charmaine's family and friends who completely refute these claims. The interesting thing as well is when we were in Ghana, we spoke to the pathologist who conducted the autopsy. This is Dr. Afua Abrahams, and she was also extremely surprised when she found heroin in Charmaine's system because it was so rare in Ghana.
I also know that you spoke to another witness called Edward. He was a hotel worker who, according to the investigation, witnessed when two men alongside Prophet Adusa entered Charmaine's room the night she was last seen alive. What did Edward say?
So Edward, that's not his real name because we're protecting his identity. Edward is a key witness for us. He was there the night that Charmaine was last seen alive. We know from the police statements that Prophet Eric Adusa tells the police that he spends the night with his wife and he leaves after midnight. He doesn't say anything about anyone else being in the room in this key period in the timeline. But this hotel staff member, Edward, he sees Eric Adusa walking towards the room with two tall men late at night, and they spend up to an hour in the room. These men were also tracked down by the police in Ghana, and they confirmed that they were in the room. So we don't know why Eric Adusa left that information out.
One of the guys was also holding a briefcase, but we became suspicious because looking at their appearance, my other colleague told me, this real, like, how can this man at this time bring, these two tall men? But since the man was with them, we couldn't question. Mm-hmm. He told us he's traveling, so we should take care of the wife. And we asked, is she okay? And he said, yes, we shouldn't call her. When he needs something, she will rather call.
Now, did you speak to the Prophet Adusa himself, Miles? Because in the course of this investigation, did he say anything, or maybe his representatives, his lawyers, or somebody?
But we tried to speak to him. We tried to do an interview. He said he would do an interview, and then he went quiet. We had a lot of questions we need to put to him. We had answers that we needed to get. So I travelled to his new home in Maryland in the United States. When I got to his door, he refused to come out. He sent his new wife, who he lives with in America, to tell us to leave. What I can say is he has previously denied any involvement in Charmaine's death. Although he won't speak to us, he has previously denied it.
I could hear him in the background. So it's quite clear he doesn't want to answer my questions.
Many thanks to Miles Bonner from the BBC Disclosure team in Scotland. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. That sound you just heard is a group of conservation workers safely guiding gorillas away from farmlands at the Bwindi Impenetrable National Park in Uganda. Now, mountain gorillas, one of the world's most iconic and endangered species, have long faced serious threats from habitat loss, poaching, and human encroachment. For decades, their survival has hung in the balance. But in recent years, there's been a remarkable turnaround, with their numbers slowly increasing. Much of that progress is thanks to the work of dedicated conservationists, including Dr. Gladys Kalema Zikusoka in Uganda, who has taken a different approach, one that goes beyond protecting wildlife to also supporting the communities living alongside them. She says that her work recognizes that conservation cannot succeed in isolation, but must address the everyday realities of people who depend on these forests for survival. I spoke to Dr. Kalema Zikusoka and began by asking what made her realize conservation efforts couldn't succeed without first addressing the needs of local people.
I would say that what I saw on the ground was one of the very first cases I had working as the first veterinary officer for the Uganda Wildlife Authority, essentially Uganda's first wildlife vet. They hired me because gorilla tourism had begun and they were concerned that tourists who come to visit them could make them sick because we're so closely related. We share over 98% genetic material. But actually, the people who made gorillas sick first were the local community. The gorillas that become used to tourists lose their fear of people and start going outside to range in places they used to range before their forest habitat was cut. And they came into contact with dirty clothing on scarecrows that people put out to chase gorillas, baboons, and other wildlife. And they ended up picking up scabies or sarcoptic mange from touching the clothing. So when they called me and said that they were all sick, we rushed in to treat them. Sadly, we lost an infant, but the others recovered with ivermectin. And we thought, where could they have got this disease from? And that's when we started to realize that many people there had diseases like scabies. And if we didn't attend to the health of the people, we wouldn't be able to protect the gorillas.
So it was, first of all, because gorillas were in contact with people's clothing. Why is there so much proximity to the wildlife and the human settlements?
There is so much proximity because there's high human population growth. People cut, as they have many children, they want more land. People have large families, and so they need more land. And before it became the forest, Bwindi Forest became a national park, people were just cutting the forest. And so there's hardly any buffer zone around the park. And that's why when the gorillas and other wildlife come out, they immediately enter into community gardens. And that means that it's easy for people to go in and it's easy for the wildlife to come out.
We understand that poverty and the lack of alternatives have actually translated into the threat to gorillas. Dr. Gladys, could you make the connection? How is that possible?
Yes, poverty has resulted, and the lack of public health services is having an impact on the gorillas. Because one, when people are sick, they can't look after themselves. They can't look after their families, and then that means that they can give diseases to gorillas and other wildlife or pick up diseases from the wildlife if they're poaching. So that's a big issue. Secondly, when they're not doing well, they just enter the forest just because they are hungry. Food security becomes an issue. So if they don't have enough to eat, they'll have to go into the forest to hunt the antelope, like the duiker, the bush pig, just to feed their families, or to go into the forest to cut trees to feed large families. So that's why poverty and poor public health services really has an impact on the wildlife. And so actually what NGO is doing is trying to address this issue.
We'll continue the conversation with Dr. Kalema Zikusoka shortly. But first, let's hear from some local community members living near the Bwindi National Park about how conservation efforts have helped them.
When I sell my coffee, I benefit a lot. I can pay school fees for my children and provide for my family. I also employ laborers from the local community. Overall, our lives have been transformed.
It helps to create harmony between animals and the community and prevents the spread of diseases.
And now, back to Dr. Kalema Zikusoka.
So we founded conservation through public health 7 years after this first outbreak in 2003, after this first outbreak in the mountain gorillas. And what we do is we not only monitor the health of the gorillas and regularly collect samples from people and their animals as well to make sure that the people, the gorillas, and the livestock are not making each other sick, through making sure the people and the livestock get treated and the gorillas get treated. But then we also strengthen community-based healthcare through behavior change communication. We work with 430 volunteers who visit over 10,000 homes with over 50,000 people. And these are the homes where gorillas are always coming out. We're improving their health and hygiene practices. So they all have a proper toilet, a hand washing station. They can avoid preventable diseases like cholera, typhoid, scabies. They're washing their clothes often. We also promote community-based family planning. So we make sure that they have access to contraceptives. And we've managed to reduce the family sizes from like 10 in a family to 4. And people are much happier because the women can now have more control over their bodies. They can do something else with their lives. And the men can better balance the family budgets.
Dr. Gladys, just before I let you go, humans and wildlife have always interacted in places where poaching is an issue, where bushmeat is consumed, or where deforestation is taking place, including in many parts of Nigeria. Can this model work elsewhere, or is it specific to your context?
This One Health approach to conservation can work in other countries in Africa, not only in Uganda. As long as you have impoverished people living next to wildlife and you attend to their health and well-being, they'll be more likely to coexist with the wildlife because healthcare is a basic human need and a basic human right. So even in areas where there's no tourism, as long as you're able to support the community livelihoods and support their healthcare, then they'll be able to have a better attitude to conservation. They'll want to protect the wildlife, and if they're doing well, the wildlife will do well. So we have a program in the Democratic Republic of Congo where we're supporting local communities living next to Virunga National Park. Countries in Nigeria would like us to scale the approach there to reverse the trend of the gorilla population there. All gorilla subspecies are reducing in number apart from the mountain gorilla, where there's tourism and community livelihoods, well-being needs are being met, and their healthcare is being taken care of, bordering the national park. We believe that we can reverse the trend for the cross-river gorilla in Nigeria and Cameroon, and other countries in Africa with western lowland gorillas and eastern lowland gorillas, by having a model that can simultaneously address health and well-being, which in turn will be much better for the wildlife. It reduces the risk of disease transmission between people, gorillas, and other wildlife. And it will also reduce their need to enter the forest to poach and cut down trees because their well-being needs are being met and they're able to have some food and they're no longer hungry, and we've addressed food security needs.
Many thanks to Dr. Kalema Zikusoka in Uganda. To hear more stories like this and others, listen to People Fixing the World wherever you get your BBC podcasts. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. If you enjoyed listening to the stories we brought you, we would love to hear your feedback. Our WhatsApp number is +254 745 768 738. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or get in touch via social media @BBC Africa or my handle @IamNkechi and that's with double N. This episode was produced by Bella Twine in Nairobi. Chiamaka DK and Blessing Aderogba are in Lagos. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge, and Davis Mosaru, the technical producer. Our editor is Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Station with the
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our nostalgia drive, because old is gold.
Our show for young people because Gen Z code is on. Our Pidgin Bit because na Naija we day. Our book review because books are a mirror. Our big stories because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show because Rastafari. One love.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.